All right, so welcome to our first day. Wait a minute, first day, we've been doing this for 5 weeks. Yes, everything that we've done up until now has been prerequisite work or prep work to get us to this point. So you've got 4 days with me, maybe 3.5 days. We'll see what Friday looks like when we get there. But we've got about 4 days together to really, really nail the Inspired Sales System. That's the focus of this week, is to purely put aside as much as what we can outside of the Inspired Sale and really focus on nailing this. So before we get into the meat of it, I do want to go around the room and I want to find out from you, what are your expectations for this week? What is it that you're hoping to get out of this week? Maybe it's something in the training that wasn't clear. Maybe it's something that you feel like you're not quite comfortable with. So what is it that you specifically want to make sure that you get out of this week? And let's see, Janie Sandberg, I will start with you.
And I think the biggest thing I'm hoping to get is just a better sense of how the whole process works for me start to finish. So, I mean, I've been studying all the parts and practicing all the different parts, but getting an opportunity to start at the beginning, do the whole thing, kind of feel the flow there, which I know we'll get. So I'm excited for that.
Perfect. Perfect. Let's see, Tom Reeve.
I could just say ditto.
All right. So
Or I'll say mega dittos for posterity.
Perfect. Good. Let's see, Nick Green.
Hi, yeah, I'm hoping to learn about Salesforce, more about Salesforce, more about sales tactics, and really what we have to offer. So I'm excited.
Okay. I don't know how much we'll get into Salesforce, but we'll see what we end up doing. Let's see. How about Jenny Winky?
All right. Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with the first speaker. I'm wanting to be flow with the Inspired Sales, doing better with my transitions and just getting through all of it, including all the measuring, product presentation, just getting that all into a more timely meeting. Like there's so many steps to follow. So just getting smoother with transitions and working through it.
Nice. I love it. Let's see. How about Raul and Olivia, since you two are side by side?
Yeah, what for me it is really about getting the overall picture of how it's going to flow from start to finish. I feel like I got the individual parts, like Janie said, and that's really about it.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, especially like transitioning from one thing to the next. I'm hoping to get that down a lot smoother than just, here's step one, here's step two, and figure out how to make it flow a little bit better.
Perfect. Good. Spencer.
What I'm mainly looking to get out of this is probably closer to the closing of a sale, maybe more towards how do you go into asking them if they want financing, and just, I mean, I'm okay with it. It's just if that's something that I'm looking for specifically is the closing aspect. Good.
That's where we will spend the bulk of our time today, actually. So good timing. Steve Randolph.
I would say just the working on the transitions from one step to another, so that the whole presentation flows smoothly, and then also the financing.
Good. Greg.
Hi, sorry. Yeah, kind of like what others said, I'd like to get a overview of the steps from beginning to end. So when I go to a client or customer site, I'm very comfortable with just going through everything kind of automatically, like it's habit. But I'd also like to know what you do when you have like a problem customer who kind of just says, I don't want to see your story, I don't want to watch the tablet, etc. How do you handle those and objections and things like that?
Nice. All right. So dealing with some of those objections. Good. Let's see. How about Will Skaggs?
I'm looking really to not only like nail down all the steps in good order, but also to kind of use it in my own sense to open the steps up a little bit more so I can know when to dive in and when not to on specific people.
Love it. I love it. And start to make it your own. Good. Josefina, how about you?
But for me, it's like, you know, to be more confident with all the thing. I mean, the whole history that, you know, getting the customer house. So it's like, you know, to put everything together and to feel more confident with everything.
Good. Good. Let's see. Let's go to Jennifer Evington. What are you wanting to get out of this week?
Well, seems my biggest thing at the moment is before I even get in the door very well, they say, now I just need to tell you, I'm not buying anything. I'm getting more quotes this week. So how to handle that?
Good. I love it. Let's see. April.
Hello, everyone. So I'm interested also in everything that everyone said, but mainly the flow of the company story with the tablet. I really like to see that in motion, as well as financing, how to bring that up, when to bring that up, and how to go about it. I haven't seen that at all yet thus far.
Okay. Good. Oh, let's see. How about Axel?
Hello, everyone. Well, pretty much everything has been said, but I would say that understanding that making a sale when we visit a customer is the outcome of a whole bunch of things getting done properly, and trying to learn those steps in a better way to do better when I visit a customer.
Okay. Good. Lisa.
Oh, come back to me.
All right. I'll come back to Lisa, and I'll go to Dan Lyman.
Happened.
Yeah, I'm going to sound like a broken record. I mean, for me, it's just getting, you know, a little, I haven't done it yet where I didn't get through it and say, oh, I completely forgot this step, or I completely forgot that step. So it's really just getting, you know, comfortable and getting the repetition so that I'm forgetting fewer steps.
Good. Good. Let's go to Adam Alexander.
Hey, Arlen, I'm really looking forward to Walk of Life practice.
All right. So a very specific tactic. I like it. Paul Beaudry.
I'm looking forward to how to complete the work orders and the paperwork once you land the sale. I seem to be having a little difficulty with that.
All right. That is probably something that you'll have to work directly with Eric and Sherry on. Only
Yeah,
because
that's great.
different locations will do things differently.
Okay.
But it's important. And later in the week, we will talk about some different tools that if they're not using, you might even suggest them to them. So we will get a chance to see a couple of production tools towards the end of the week.
Okay, then I want to
Good.
get as much of this as I can.
Perfect. Brigitte.
Hi. Let's see. I think the beginning of the Inspired Sale is going well. But yeah, I think I just need more practice with the end. Actually, you know, showing the price and the verbiage for that, practicing that, and then how to explain the financing as well, or verbiage for financing too. And then if there are objections still toward the end, you know, how to handle that. I know we're trying to get the objection at the beginning. So yeah.
Good. Good.
That's mostly it.
All good stuff. How about Aaron?
I'd like to just be more efficient. I've obviously ran a decent amount of appointments already by myself. I want to just get more efficient as far as realizing, okay, this is said here to make sure that door's closed. So when I get to the end, It's just about price.
Good, good. Dan Adkins.
I think that for me, I've been trying to do so many things at once. My personal focus during this week is going to be identifying just the key points of the steps, and then fill in the details later. I need to have just a skeleton of what to focus on this week and next week as we practice with you, and then I know that the rest will filter in with time. Hopefully, not too much time.
Nice. Okay. Let's see. Can we go back to Lisa? What are you wanting to get out of this week?
I think a lot of things, I guess. I feel like there's been so much information and it's all been really, I've felt overwhelmed at times. And so I think I'm looking for just maybe confidence and just working on the flow of the sales process itself. But it's
Okay,
coming
good.
along. I can see how it yeah, it's going to be good.
Good, good. Julie. See Julie's name. Julie is muted. So I can come back to Julie. How about Cody?
Hey, Arlen. I would say probably just in general, I would like to work on overall kind of time management. I think Aaron kind of touched on this a little bit as well. Just kind of maximizing my time in the people's house and making sure that not really wasting time, because I know their time's important, my time's important. So just maximizing time. And then I would also say kind of working on the close process as well.
Good, good. Let's see. How about Chad Whaley?
Let me try my video here. I'm having internet issues. My apologies. Seems to be lagging with my video on. I think just putting all the pieces together, really. Going through the training, it's hard to remember everything. So I think it'd be good to see everything come together. All the pieces of the puzzle come together.
Nice, nice. Jeffrey.
Good morning. Again, I'm gonna be a broken record, but I want to see, how everything comes full circle. But one of the things I have a question about is how everything links together. So how Salesforce talks to the Inspired tablet, because I'm all about KISS, keep it simple, stupid. So when I make adjustments, I love using the tablet because it's so much easier. So when you have like an insurance quote and you had to come back and make adjustments to the quote when you already presented something to the client after the fact. So I want to know how that connects when you download it back to, the schedule, or when you download that person back to the tablet, because it's so much easier to navigate through there versus using the system that's in place through Salesforce. And I just want to know how that functionality works between the two, so I don't lose information, because I've seen me lose information like the phone number or an email address. So I've seen me lose things. So I just want to see what I lose if I do that way. I like to see it.
Got it.
If that made sense
Got
to
it.
you.
It makes a ton of sense, and thank you for bringing that up. I've made a note. We will definitely take care of that. Good. Jake Evans.
Yeah, I think one thing that I'm looking to learn is just more those last 4 steps in the Inspired Sale. I'm going to be doing a couple appointments on my own next week with my franchise owner out of town. I've been helping out a lot in that front half in most of our sales appointments, and so just getting comfortable on that back half and then flipping the price.
Good. Good. Keith Thomas.
So I think for me, it's a couple things. It's the flow and having the pieces come together and practicing with a critical eye, which would be helpful. So have an honest sounding board. And I would say two things. One, I don't have a reference list. So how do I bridge that time gap, or how can I maybe find a way to mitigate that or set it up, keep the energy up? And then also integrating the financing, into the process.
Good stuff. Dave Lee.
Well, a little bit different. I guess I feel great. I mean, actually, if you want to hand me control of the screen, Arlen, I can teach this class. I also need to work on overconfidence and arrogance. And and then again, the broken record. I mean, just putting everything together. I love it. Oh, it's not the first time I've seen that. So yeah, I mean, with the you know, a lot of similarities between like selling cars. You know, you'd go and you'd walk around. You know, we recondition these cars. The tires are in great shape. The brakes, we make sure everything's good. 27-point, 57-point inspection, and it's very similar to just building value as you go. Every step is just another opportunity to build that value. So putting it all together in terms of the flooring versus a car.
Nice. Let's see, Marnie.
Hello, I think just mainly the transition on the company story. And then just more confidence in measuring and getting the process down.
Okay. All right. Good. Let's see, is Julie with us?
Yes,
There
hello,
she is.
everybody. Sorry, I had some movers coming real quick, so I had to deal with that. So are we talking about what we learned this last week?
No. So what are you hoping to get out of this week?
What am I hoping to get out of this week? I think just more of a solid understanding of the whole process.
Okay. I like it. And that makes sense, because I mean, everything that we've done up until now, we've taken things little by little by little. And this is normally the time that people put all the pieces together, and it makes a lot more sense when we do that. Good. How about Sawyer?
I'd say the biggest thing for me is gaining confidence within myself throughout the whole process. That'd probably be the biggest thing for me.
Okay. And Sawyer, you're in Charlotte, right? Or Monroe, right outside of Charlotte?
That's right. Yep.
Good. Okay. Perfect. Let's see. Who have I missed? I've missed Evan. Evan, what do you want to get out of this week?
Did you just say you miss me, Arlen? I miss you too, but we'll see you next week. All kidding aside, I mean, it's repetitive, but the flow, kind of, I actually have a live, deal I'm trying to close right now, and I'm actually meeting with him tomorrow, right before a class, and I'm hoping to figure out how do I get them over that hump. And I think that's a few things. It's the financing, it's the decision making, could be narrowing selection, but kind of I look at it as the funnel, the sales funnel. How do I get them through to have a decision that goes our way and get them to take the next step and hopefully take out the credit card.
Nice. Let's see. We talked to Lisa. How about David?
Good morning, everyone. For me, Arlen, well, I need a lot of practice on the whole thing. I can tell you that. But beyond that, the area I think is going to be most challenging is I'm going to call it that right at the end, how do you get the customer to act now versus kind of their natural tendency, I'm call it, to get, since it's a pretty big decision, $5, $10, $15, $20,000, how do you get them to act now versus that overcoming that tendency for them to say, well, let me think about it. Let me, just kind of that I'll call it natural inclination to slow down on that decision.
Nice. Okay, good. Brett.
Yeah, putting it all together, and I'd be lying, Arlen, if I didn't jokingly say for training to be over. It's been a long 5 weeks and feel like I'm not getting much else done outside of training. So having the whole thing come together and being confident to be able to at least do the inspired sale.
Nice. Let's see. Alana, I saw you just popped in. What are you hoping to get out of this week?
I'm sorry, I just ran back from doing my first appointment, so I had to rush. I was listening by phone. I heard someone say just to bring everything together and to, get comfortable with drawing on that pad and getting everything right. So yeah, everything basically is still a challenge, but it's getting more comfortable with everything.
Okay, good. Beto.
Good morning, everyone. Just like everyone said, it's just getting more comfortable with the entire process, Arlen. And also, I need to get a lot more comfortable delivering the company story. I need to bring more energy and maybe a little bit of humor here and there so I can get the customer engaged. And definitely, bridge the gap and walk, the walk out alive. I'm really interested in and see how I can put that together as well.
Nice. Let's see, Ethan, we haven't talked to you yet.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't supposed to be here, but interestingly enough, if you do a correct setup call, you can get rid of a lot of those appointments that you don't need to go on. These people had a budget of $600 for the whole project, so crazy. But I think similar to what Dave said, I'm pretty confident. This is my 5th week on my own now at Flirt Coverings International. But just again, what everybody says, just making sure it's all smooth flowing, and then making sure to actually ask those first 3 questions. How long have you been wanting to get your floors replaced? What made you decide to buy from me today? Things like that. Just making sure you get everything.
Okay, good. Let's see. Rocky, what are you hoping to get out of this week?
Well, I guess as much as I possibly can with the short amount of time that we have. It's still a lot to take in, and trying to absorb the little that we can, after that sponge is full is kind of overwhelming. But I'm excited to see what we learn this week, and put it to practice.
Nice. Okay, I've tried to take notes for everyone, and I think that I've gotten everybody. Did I miss anyone? If I did, please take yourself off mute. Think we got everybody? Good. Okay. So let me, I'm going to share my screen with you and share with you a little bit about kind of what my expectations are for the week and what I'm hoping to get out of this week. What am I hoping to get out of this week? Well, first of all, I'm hoping, expecting, asking that you stay really, really engaged. Now, I know, because I've done training for a long time, and I know that training, you can only absorb as much as the brain, the butt, and the bladder can take. So at some point, the brain, the butt, the bladder, one of the 3 is going to go, and we're going to need to stop and just take a break, and that's great. And what I'm going to ask you guys to do is to stay open, to stay engaged, to stay focused. As much as possible, turn the cell phones off, get rid of other distractions so that we can be focused here. And when you need a break, ask for a break. And we will, I may not be able to do it right that second, but we'll work a break in as quickly as we possibly can. We will absolutely take some breaks during the day. I know that this sounds like it's going to be an incredibly long day, and it is a lot of time, but if you will stay engaged in the process, you'll see that the time goes by actually really, really fast. Keep your cameras on. That's a big deal. Not for, it is for me, but it's really more for each other. When you guys are looking at a black screen, there's nothing there. Zoom is bad enough as it is without us being able to be in the same room together. But to just be looking at black screens there's no facial expressions, there's nothing that's there. And one thing that I would encourage you to do this week is to really embrace failure. So there's going to be times when you're working through an exercise with one another, where you're presenting the company's story to somebody else, or you're asking transitions questions. One of the things about adult learning is that we learn through failure. As a matter of fact, if you think about little kids learn how to walk. They fall 1,000 times, but they just keep getting back up again until they learn how to walk. It's just the way that the human experience works. And so as we learn, just keep pressing forward. And this week, you have an incredible opportunity, and you won't get another week like this, maybe ever, where you have this many people that you can just try stuff with and see how it lands, right? So when we're in breakout rooms and let's just pitch something and see how it sticks. And it might be that somebody says, I really like that, that was good. And be honest with one another. Somebody looks at you and says, you know what, that really didn't land the way you thought it was going to. Why don't we take that out and let's not do that again? And this is a safe place to be able to do that stuff. You don't have this opportunity very often, right? And so I'm just going to ask you to take advantage of this and really, really stretch yourself with this, okay? Now, you know, you can eat, you can do whatever you want to do. I just ask that you keep cell phones, keep distractions to a minimum. Ask for a break when you need a break, and we will absolutely do that. I know that in order to have an effective webinar, we've got to be engaged. There's got to be energy management. When we do take a break, I'll repeat myself on this, but when we do take a break, I'll ask you to turn off your camera, take a break, to come back to be punctual coming back, because I don't want to hold everybody up waiting for 1 or 2 people to come back. Be punctual coming back, and then turn your cameras back on when you're back, and that way we know that we're all there together. So a word about the evaluations. I've already had a couple of people asking me about this. The evaluations this evening, tomorrow evening, Wednesday, this is all about being able to give you feedback. And feedback is a gift. Even if sometimes feedback doesn't feel good, feedback is a gift, right? If I were to present a class like this, and actually this happens fairly frequently, I'll take the recording and send it to one of the other coaches, and they'll watch either the whole thing or a piece of it, and they'll come back to me and say, you know, you could have done this better, you could have done this better, this would have been maybe landed a little better if you did it this way. Great, I love that. Now, sometimes I get somebody's feedback and I say, you know what, I don't really agree with that, and then we deal with that. That's okay. These evaluations are not meant for me. They're not meant like for a grade. There's no grade, okay? It's not like you come out of this, oh great, I made an A in the class. This is purely a way to be able to give you the opportunity to practice with somebody and to be able to get that feedback. Now, there is a piece of this that I do need. At the end of your evaluation this evening, whether that's with one of the coaches or it's with your franchise owner or maybe it's another DA in your business, I'm going to ask you to have that competency evaluation model filled out. You don't have to, you can print it and scan it if you want to, or you can just do it in Excel and send it right back to me. Either way is fine. I don't really care. Tomorrow, I will tailor what we work on and how we practice tomorrow. I will tailor it based on the feedback that I get tonight. Now, if I don't get an evaluation form until 9 or 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, it's too late. I've already set what we're doing tomorrow, right? So I need to get the feedback tonight. That way, my day starts at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So when my day starts, the first thing I do is I make sure I go through all the feedback that I got from the night before and then tailor what we're going to do tomorrow based on what I hear today. Does that make sense? It would be a lot easier for me to just say, this is the standard program for the week, but it doesn't work that way. And so I tailor it for each class based on what the class needs. So today, what does today look like? We've transferred in, it's a big class, so the transfer in takes a little bit longer. That's okay. We've gone through etiquette and expectations. Here in a moment, I'm going to transfer to the whiteboard, and we're going to spend some time going through the flow, and then we're going to camp out on step 8, okay? And that's where the closing is, where we're going to camp out today. And we will spend the rest of the day working on step 8. How do you deal with the close? What do you do with payments, time, all the rest of this stuff, right? We're going to work through financing and everything. And then somewhere around 4 o'clock, I'll find a good time that it makes sense for us to stop. We will stop. Now, between now and 4 o'clock, we'll for sure take a couple of bathroom breaks. We will take one longer break where you can go and get some food. I try to make that around 1-ish, 1:30-ish. It kind of depends on where we are. So anyway, don't hold me to the specific times here because it's going to flex based on where we are as a class. But today we will get through the walk of life. We'll get through step 8 and the closing stuff. Questions on this? Questions about anything so far? By the way, just as a side note, one thing to note here, with the size of this class, I cannot get everybody on one Zoom screen. Even if I put it over on the big monitor, I can't get everybody on one screen, which is fine. But what that means is if you have a question or you need to stop me, raising your hand or something, I may not be able to see that because you might be on one of the other screens. So just take yourself off mute and stop me if you need to. Good. So let's move to the whiteboard. All right. A lot of people asking about flow and the general flow of things and how everything flows together and whatever else. So let's just start at the beginning and we'll quickly go through the flow, right? We'll quickly go through the flow and we're going to put together sort of an overall map of the Inspired Sales System. And then when we get to step 8, we'll stop there and we'll camp out there. So a call comes in. Maybe it's through the website, maybe it's through one of our digital lead partners, maybe it's somebody you met at a home show. What's our first point of contact? What's the first thing we want to do?
Set up call, introduce ourselves.
Setup call, right? So that's not so hard. Let's say that our first thing is that we want to do a setup call. All right, now, there's a lot of tactics, okay? There's a lot of things that we can incorporate into the setup call to make it better. But at a very basic level, the absolute basics, so Dan Adkins said, you know, he's wanting to get the key points on the steps and then filter other stuff in later. So let's think about the key points for a minute. What is the bare minimum that we need to make sure that we cover in a setup call?
Confirm day, time, address.
Okay.
All decision makers are there.
Scope of the project.
Okay, so I'm gonna come down here and let's say this is a little extra thing and I'm gonna put decision makers down here. I agree that that's something I want to do in the setup call, but it's something that I consider an extra tactic. It's not critical. In other words, if I don't ask about other people having input, that doesn't change the fact that I did a setup call or not, right? But if I don't ask, if I don't confirm the day, the time, the address, then I really didn't do a setup call. There was another one that I just missed?
Scope of the project, Arlen.
Scope, yep. So that's a great thing to just make sure that we've got covered, okay?
You want
What
to
else?
set expectations.
Okay, tell me what you mean by that. I'm not misaligned. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Like tell them the process that you're kind of going to be going through. An overview, I assume.
Okay, good. All right. So at
Any
a
amount of
bare
time.
minimum. Sorry, Dan?
Also, the amount, when you set expectations, let them know that you're planning to be there up to a couple hours, you know.
Okay, all right. And
Arlen?
again, yes, Dan.
One thing I see in the evaluation competency piece, and I've seen it in other bits, is the COVID piece. Have we as an organization, well, I guess we as an organization doesn't mean much, but are franchisees stepping away from that, or are they just being reactive, you know, instead of proactive? What's your messaging on that?
It is geographically important in some areas. There's some parts of the U.S. where talking about COVID is still important, and there's other parts of the U.S. where it's maybe not as important. And so I'm going to leave that to you to sort of gauge what that looks and feels like in your area. Okay. All right. So when we think about the setup call, okay, very simple. If all I did was to simply call the customer, set a day, time, make sure that we've got the address right, maybe had a quick discussion about the scope of the project and let them kind of understand a little bit about our process, that's a win. There's a setup call right there. Okay. Now there's other things that we can do, like we can talk about making sure that anybody else that wants to have input. There's other tactics. I mean, I could even set up in the setup call that, hey, if you don't mind, I'm going to send you a link to my review site, and you can go check out all of my reviews as you're checking me out with everybody else. I mean, whatever. There's all sorts of other tactics, right? But I just want to sort of make a separation line between, you know, what is the basics and what are other tactics that might make this a little better process for me and for the customer, okay? So I completely agree. I would never do a setup call without making sure that all the people that wanted to have input into the project were there. But at the end of the day, it's not core to making a setup call. That distinction is going to make more sense in just a minute. All right, so.
Arlen, the one other thing we add is, when were you hoping to have this project completed?
Sure, okay, all right, so let's talk about timing.
Because that way, when they say, well, you know, we're probably going to do this in the fall, well, we have something to bring back up that you said you wanted to get this done in April.
Perfect.
What changed? You know, because then
Okay.
it's an excuse.
Yep. Again, another great tactic, right? And we can talk about tactics around reviews. There's all sorts of tactics that we can add to that, right? I consider that the icing on the cake. You know, those are the things, and that, by the way, the icing makes a difference. Those do make it, they're valid reasons and they're valid things to put in there. All right, so what's our next thing? We've done a setup call, what's next?
If there's a few days before the appointment, don't you do a reminder call the day before also?
I would, yeah, I would do a little confirmation call the day before. Yep, I would. What's our next step?
Warm up.
Warm up. All right, now, I want to focus for just a second on the transition between the setup call and the warm up. And Janie sort of spilled the beans there, right? So that's good. So how am I going to transition from the setup call to the warm up?
I
Introducing
tend
yourself.
to just kind of
Yeah, this is when we get to know the customer at a personal level, at a personal basis.
Okay, so I've done my setup call, right? And at the end of the setup, what did I say at the end of the setup call? Goodbye, I'll see you in a week, whatever it is, right? I mean, I ended the call, right? So the setup call is finished. So what's going to happen between the setup call and the warm up? How can I transition? Because the warm up, now I get to the house, I knock on the door, I walk in the door, right? But what happens in that dead space?
Your planning strategy.
Okay, I might plan some strategy. Okay, what else?
Take in the surroundings, you have some small talk.
Sure, I might learn about the surroundings. I may, you know, when I'm driving to the appointment, I might see what else is there. Okay. So when we think about transitions, there's even a transition between the setup call and the warm up. Okay. And you're like, well, wait a minute. How is that a transition? I'm not even with the customer. I get it. You're not with the customer, but think about it from the customer's perspective. I make an appointment with a company to come look at my house for something. I make the appointment, I have a great setup call, the appointment's in a week and a half, and I don't hear anything from them until they show up at the door. That doesn't feel right. Right? That doesn't feel, put yourself in the shoes of the customer rather than the shoes of somebody trying to sell. So I agree with Janie, there might need to be like a confirmation call the day before the appointment. Especially if that setup call is a week ahead of time, right? Having somebody call you the day before the appointment just to remind you you've got an appointment, I mean, that's a wonderful thing to do. Okay? So think about
in text.
good confirmation call, text. I love it. Okay, and then of course, like Brett and some others talk about, strategy, whatever it is that you feel like you need to do to be prepared. All right, so let's talk about the warm-up. What is the most critical thing in the warm-up? What am I trying to do in the warm-up?
Break
Get
the
to know
ice.
the customer at the personal level.
Yep, I just want to get to know the customer, right? I just want to build some rapport.
Melt the shield of ice.
That's it, melt the shield of ice. So what do you mean by melting the shield of ice? That sounds kind of messy.
From my experience, it is getting them to stop thinking of you as the person who's there to sell them something and start thinking of you as another human being who is interested in them as a human being. And you have to, you have to be curious about them. You show curiosity, you show genuineness, and you don't really move on until you feel like you have made that transition.
Like a make a friend stage.
Yep. This is the make a friend stage. Okay. All right. So in the warm up, if the only thing you do is walk into the house and make a friend, okay, you've had a chance to talk about vacations, or you've had a chance to talk about flowers in the yard, or whatever it is, right? As long as you stay off the hot topics, I want to make sure that we're just going to have a conversation. That's it. I want to get to know the person. In the warm-up, I'm not interested in the floor. I don't want to know about the carpet. I don't want to know about the hardwood. I don't care what the dog has done to the baseboards. I don't care right now. I do care, but that's not what we're doing in the warm-up. The warm-up is about the person. Okay? You should be able, if I were to ask you, hey, you ran an appointment last week and you went and saw whoever it was, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. If I ask you to tell me about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I'm asking you to tell me about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, not about their flooring project. So you should be able to learn something about the customer. Okay? That's the number one thing. If you do that, you've done a warm-up.
So Arlen,
Now,
can you comment
yeah.
on, and you mentioned it in one of our sessions, that the contracting industry has trained customers to just immediately take you to the room. How do you help that transition? You have some discussion. They don't take you immediately to as you point out, just the floor and not get to know them.
Let's see. Hey, Keith, would you mind if I set my bag down somewhere before we get into it?
No, go right ahead.
Perfect. All right. So now, imagine, if you will, we walk into the living room, the kitchen, whatever's right there, right? I'm not trying to walk all over the house, but whatever's right there. I walk into the living room, the kitchen. Now I set my bag down and I sit down. What is the customer going to do?
Sit down.
I'd sit down as well.
They're going to sit down. It's just awkward otherwise. If I go in and it's I call it the flop. If I go into the couch and flop, now, okay, I need to clarify because I don't mean for you to actually flop down on the couch, but if I go in and just sit down somewhere, the customer's going to sit down too. They just follow you, right? Now, I know there will be, because I had to deal with them too. There will be some customer that they're like, no, let's just go, this is what it is. Or by dumb luck, the room I happen to sit down in, that's the room that we're going to do the floor in. And so immediately I'm sitting on the couch and they go, okay, now see, this is the carpet that we need to take up. And you see these stains over here, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes you just have to let them get it out. Because you're right, Keith, the contracting industry has taught people that that's what you have to do. You got to go straight to the project, right? So instead, maybe I just let them get everything they want to vomit out of their mouth. Just let them get it out. And then I look on the wall and say, man, that's a really cool deer head. Is that something that you got? And immediately, it's almost like I've got ADD and, oh, I see that poster on the wall from Ireland. Did you guys go to Ireland? What's that all about, right? And so, boom, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I let them get it out and then immediately just go into a warm-up.
Arlen,
And the customer will follow you.
I got a question that I'd love to know your take on. I was talking to a contractor that had been doing siding and exterior for about 30+ years. And he told me, like, when you walk into a home and a customer offers you like a water or a coffee, to take it because it builds a report that otherwise you won't be able to get.
Good idea.
It's like an
100%.
immediate opening.
100%. If they offer you water, if they offer you coffee, take it. You don't even have to drink it, but take the water.
Yeah.
Take the water.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
And one of
Arlen.
the beautiful things about being in South Carolina, okay, so, you know, it's not bad outside this week, and we might see 85 degrees this week, who knows? But in the summer, when it's 110 degrees and it's 95% humidity, one of the beautiful things is to walk into somebody's house and just ask, can I get a glass of water? I mean, you know, and nobody's going to refuse. I'm not asking for the bougie water, you know, whatever Perrier you've got in the fridge. I'm not, just something out of the tap is fine. Okay. So I mean, nobody's ever going to deny you the water, right? If you go in and ask for a glass of water, it's another way to get people to slow down.
Hey, Arlen, many times when I'm in the foyer of their home and they're already trying to walk me, where they want to go, I'll just say, can I just take a minute? Is there somewhere I can sit down? I just need to get logged onto my tablet. And, and they say, sure. And guess what? When I sit down to log on, almost always they sit down. And that's when I do my warm up. And it's so much more effective because, it's a husband and a wife. I've been married 39 years. So the first thing I ask is, so how long have you lovebirds been married? I say it just like that because I want them to know that I'm a little fun. It doesn't have to be boring. But all of a sudden the husband gets talking, and 9 times out of 10, one of them can't remember exactly how many years. It's just a fun situation. And I get all my warm-ups at a table almost always. And it's very effective. And then
you guys will find what works best for you. One of the things that I really like is just find a piece of art on the wall, something that's interesting, and just ask them about it, or ask whatever. They've got a cabinet that's got china in it, or what. Or just if there's something that's there that looks it doesn't look like it was just something random they picked up at Walmart and put on the wall. It actually looks like there's some thought put in it. Ask them about it, and all of a sudden you're opening the doors up. All you're doing is having a conversation. That's it. Okay. So now let's talk about some tactics that go with the warm up. Okay. Some tactics. So the warm up, what is key to the warm up is to get to know the person. That's it, right? That's it. Get to know the person. But now in the warm up, I want to do some things that are going to help me down the road. Okay. I want to do some things that are going to help me down the road. I want to remember some personal stuff that I can later use in the company story. All right. So this is where I'm trying to find out from the customer, where do they spend their time? Where do they spend their money? Okay. Now I can't just ask them straight out, what do you guys spend money on? So this is where the art of conversation comes in. Ideally, if I can figure out how they spend their time, how they spend their money, how do they make decisions? Okay, so I'm talking to somebody, and I just sort of got lucky. I sat down, and there was a magazine on the coffee table, Vacation magazine, and I said, Vacation magazine, is this? Are you planning a trip, or have you just gotten back from a trip? And then they opened up. Oh, they love vacations. And what was brilliant about that conversation was we started talking about, well, how do you decide, like if you're going to go to Greece, how do you decide what hotel you're going to stay in? Or how do you know what restaurants are going to be good? And they talked me through their whole decision-making process, which, guess what? Then when I get to the company story, I'm just going to relate everything that we're doing and how they're going to make a decision about floor all the way back to how they make decisions about restaurants in Greece. Okay? So if I can find where somebody spends their time and money and how they make decisions, that's just stuff that I'm going to capture that. Right? I'm not going to do anything with it right now. I'm going to take that, I'm going to bottle it up, I'm going to put it in my pocket, and that's coming back out later. Okay? What other little tidbit can I get in the company story? I mean, in the warm-up, this is where I want to ask the transition questions. Now, why am I asking these transition questions?
Uncover the objection early.
Yeah, I want to know what the objection is. Okay, I want to know what the objection is. And by that, I mean, what is it that, look, I'm going to be in the house for the next 45 minutes, maybe hour, hour and a half, depending on how big of a space this is and how many different floors we look at. We're going to be in the house together for a little while. I want to know now what BS reason you're going to give me an hour from now for not buying. Whatever it is, I want to know it now. Why would I want to know it now?
Yeah. Hey, Arlen, if I can, so like what I found in recent experience, just use common sense too. Like if all three, and maybe you would disagree with this, if all three don't make sense. So example, the one I was on last night, it was, how long have you been thinking about replacing your floors? They just bought the house. I already knew that question. They already knew the answer, so it didn't make sense to ask it.
But didn't it? So Brett, you just bought a house, right? Your customers just bought the house, right? How long have you been thinking about replacing the floor? Now I realize it sounds silly because they just bought the house. It's like, well, we just started thinking about it. But it might be that they tell you that, well, we're sort of on the fence about changing the floor. We just want to see how much it is. Okay, that's one thing. If they tell you, oh, the day we walked in here, we love the schools, we love the area, we love the house, but we absolutely cannot stand this carpet, it's got to go. Okay, that's a different sense of urgency. So even though, see, I don't want to make any assumptions for the customer, and if I want to use something later, I need them to say it.
That makes sense.
I mean, you'll have that. You'll walk into a kitchen and the dishwasher has exploded, and now they got water damage all over the kitchen. And you're like, well, I'm not going to ask this question. It's stupid. They've been thinking about replacing the floor since the dishwasher blew up. That's your assumption. But you ask the question anyway. Well, how long have you been thinking about replacing the floor? Well, you know, I haven't liked this floor for 10 years, but now we have to do something about it. Okay, now it's a different scenario, right? And if I'm going to use something later, I need them to say it. Same thing with estimates. You and I know that 90% of the time when you go into a house, that the issue is going to be that they want to get other estimates, they want to get other quotes, they want to get other bids, whatever wording they use, right? But I can't later say, well, you know, earlier you said that you were getting other estimates. I can't say that unless they said it. So even though I know, or I feel like I know, that they're looking at getting other estimates, I want to get them to say it. Because then if they say it, now it's something that I can use. If they don't say it, I can't use it. I never heard it. All right. So let's move from the warm up. What is the next inning?
You get their objection and then you say, oh, really? What makes you say that?
Inspection.
Well,
Inspection.
Yeah, so
Inspection and measure.
my next step is I want to inspect the space, right?
Walk around with them and have them show you which rooms where they want new flooring.
Yep. Okay. But before we get to the inspection, because I want to, let's focus on these transitions between the steps. How do I get from, how long have you been thinking about replacing your floor? 6 months. Well, what made you decide to do it today? Oh, I'm not doing anything today. I'm going to get other estimates. Okay, great. How do I move from that to now we're in the space together, looking at the floor, and the customer's telling me all about it? How do I get from the warm up to the inspection?
Great. Let's go see. Let's go. Why don't you show me your space, or let's go see your space.
Good. Let's go. Let's go look, right? Let's go look. Or why don't you show me the space or whatever, right? So think about a transitional phrase that works for you, okay? This is not word for word. This has to sound like you. It can't sound like me. So I want you to just be able to have a little phrase in the back of your mind that, you know what? Once I've got my objection, okay, perfect, let's go take a look at the space together. Or why don't you show me the space in question, or, you know, whatever it is. But this is a way that I'm transitioning from the warm-up into the inspection, okay? Part of what we're doing here is that just like you would take a little kid and you'd walk them down the street, or you'd walk them down the sidewalk to prevent them from going in the street, now I'm taking the customer by the hand and we're leading them down a journey. I'll talk to some franchise owners that tell me, well, you know, I just warm up all the way through the process. Well, okay, that's great. You're having a wonderful time, but you're not really leading the customer down a path. Okay, which is why at the end you end up with a lot of, okay, I still need to think about it, because you never led them down the path of making a decision. Okay, so let's get good at, I do a warm up and then I close the warm up and we move into business. And I'm going to close the warm up and move into business by simply saying, now that doesn't mean we're not going to be pleasant. We still might have a conversation later. That's fine. But I want to move past the warm up and I want to get into the business. And I'm going to do that by simply saying, let's go take a look at the space together. Does that make sense? We're moving people through the process. Okay. All right. So we started down this path. What are we going to do in the inspection? What are we looking for? What are we trying to do?
Don't like about their floors.
Right.
Yeah,
So
what
you
is
need
it
to
that they
find out
don't
what
like
they
it about
need.
the current floors?
Build urgency.
Create a sense of urgency. And set yourself up as an expert as well.
You want to find their expectations for the job?
Yeah, so I like to think of the inspection in two ways, okay? I like to think of the inspection as what is currently here, right? What do you currently have? What do you like? What do you not like? What am I gonna have to move? What am I gonna have to remove, right? What am I gonna have to, what is the current floor? How was it installed? Just what is here today, right? So without any reference to what they want it to be in the future, just understand what the situation is right now. What is this? This is carpet. What is this? This is hardwood. How was the hardwood installed? Is this an engineered hardwood that's been glued to concrete? Or is this a solid hardwood floor that's been nailed down to a plywood subfloor? What is the current picture, right? So if you walked out of the house right here, you should be able to tell me this is who the person was, because I got a lot of information in the warm-up about who they were, and what their current floor, subfloor, what do they like and not like about the floor. Good. Now we take step 2 and we go one step further and we say, what do you want your new stuff to look like? How do you want it to look? How do you want it to feel? And how long do you want it to last? Or, questions about durability and what do they want it to do functionally. Okay? If I don't do anything else, at the end of step 2, theoretically, at the end of step 2, I should be able to go out to the van and pull a product. Doesn't mean I'm going to be 100% right, but if I've had a great step 2, I should be able to walk out of the house, go to the back of the van, and pull 2 or 3 boards, maybe 4 boards that meet the criteria of what the customer is looking for. Does that make sense? We good so far?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what are some other tactics that we can do during this inspection?
Set ourselves up as an expert by finding a problem.
You could. Yep.
Ask about other projects they might have.
Yeah, right. So let's expand scope. What else can we do?
You could take a moisture reading, Arlen, of the floor.
Okay, you could. If it was something that you felt like that was necessary, you could do things like do a moisture reading. If you felt like that was necessary, okay. One big thing here in this inspection step, right? And this is part of, I'm sort of leaning towards the transition now. How am I going to get out of this step and into the next step? Okay, this is where I'm going to pull my reference list. What is a reference list, first of all?
People that'll vouch for you, either jobs you've done or your character.
A way to fill in
Yep.
the dead time while you're measuring.
It does do that for sure. What else does it do? What is it? What is it? How do we use it?
Builds our credibility. and
Validate
trust.
who you are as a company and build trust.
Builds excitement too. If they're talking to other people who've had a job done, they're like, oh, okay, these people would be good.
Mhm.
Yep, perfect. Okay, so this reference list is actually how I want to transition to the next step. So step 3 is when we're going to measure the space and price it up. Okay, but the transition that I want to use, this is where I use the reference list as a transition. Okay, so what does that look like? We get done with the inspection, and I've got a really good idea of what it is that I want to pull. I've got a good idea about the project, and so I know, I'm going to take the next 15 minutes. It may be 30 minutes, it may be 45 minutes, depending on the size of the house. I'm going to take the next 15 minutes. I'm going to measure the space. I'm going to go out to the van and pull some samples out, and then we can have some fun and pull some product together. While I'm doing that, can I get you to do me a favor? Now, what are they going to say? They're going to say yes, or they're going to say maybe, or they're going to say it depends. Nobody says, no, I'm not doing you a favor. Okay, good. So, great. Then I'm going to explain the reference list to them. This is a sheet of people that we've done business with before. I'd love it if you were to give each and every one of these people a call. You can ask them anything you want to ask them. Especially around their flooring project and how it was to work with Floor Coverings International, what that process looked like. If you get stuck and you don't know what to ask, there's 3 questions here at the bottom that I'd encourage you to ask. Did Floor Coverings International do everything they said they were going to do? Did we clean up? And if they had to do it all over again, would they choose us again? Now, to sweeten the deal, for every person that you can get in touch with, you have a conversation with them. I can give you $50 off the cost of the project. So this could be $50, $100, $150. It could be up to $300 off your project. You'll do that for me, won't you? Good.
Arlen?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have a question on the reference list, considering that, we're new and don't have I've had quite a few sales, but I don't have the same reference that my owner does. Is this something that you would talk to these customers and ask them? Do you mind that if I have random people call you constantly and ask you about your project, is that okay with you? Or this is something that you just do? I really have not seen that in ride-alongs of how that works. So I'm just curious how that works.
So why don't we I'm going to take 5 minutes here and let's just do a little offshoot. For the reference list. Okay, let's just do a quick little offshoot here for the reference list. Okay, how do you get one? How do you keep it fresh? How do you keep from burning people on the reference list by overburdening them, right? So the first thing, okay, if you're a DA on this call, I'm going to encourage you to talk to your franchise owner about doing something I call a quality check or a warranty check, or however you want to say it. So April, you might go to Marie and say, look, I'd like to get in touch with some of the customers that we've had in the past, and just be able to use them as references. Can you give me a list of customers that you worked with, let's say 6 months ago? Okay. So now you get a list of customers from 6 months ago, from 9 months ago, from a year ago, whatever, right? Marie's been in business now for what, 3 years, 4 years? I mean, she's been in business long enough that she's got a bunch of customers out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you call a customer and you say, Mrs. Smith,
I'm over now.
April, this is April from Floor Coverings International. I see here that we put a floor in for you about a year ago, and it's time for our 1-year quality check. I need to come by and just make sure that the floor is performing the way that it's supposed to be. And I just want to have an opportunity to get to know you and understand a little bit more about your project. Would it be better for me to come during the day or in the evening? And now this is going to be 15 minutes at most, maybe 10 minutes or even 5 minutes in the house, right? This is going to be pretty quick. You can knock a bunch of these out in one day if you sort of organize, I'm going to work in this neighborhood or this area of the city, and then this area another day and whatever else, right? So now you show up at Mrs. Smith's house. Mrs. Smith is blown away at the fact that somebody came back a year later just to check on things. What's the worst case scenario? You show up and something's wrong. Okay, good. Well, then we fix it, and now there's a customer for life. I mean, my gosh, nobody does this. You show up, everything's wonderful, good. So you ask her, and you even tell her, hey, look, I'm new. I've been with Marie now for about a month. I'd love to know, when this project was done, did Floor Coverings International do everything they said they were going to do? And did they clean up at the end of the project? And if you had another flooring project, would you choose Floor Coverings International again? Perfect. So once they've answered all those questions and, you know, everybody's happy, then just ask them, would you mind if I put you on my reference list, and get a picture with them? So DAs, you guys are in a beautiful, beautiful scenario, because you have the opportunity to go back and do what I call the quality check. And you can say it's at 1 year, 6 months, 3 months, it doesn't matter. You decide how you want to handle it, but this gives you the opportunity to go back into previous customers' homes and get a bunch of reference list pictures really, really fast. And because everybody has cell phones and barely anybody keeps a landline anymore, if you get a picture, April and the wife, April and the husband, now you get 2 for the price of 1. I wouldn't put them on the same reference. I would put them on 2 different reference lists, but now the wife gets 2 or 3 phone calls, the husband gets 2 or 3 phone calls. You're not giving the same reference list out over and over and over again. The real work with a reference list is not convincing people to take calls. It's not actually printing it out and giving it to a new customer. The real work in the reference list is you have to keep the reference list updated. You can't use the same 6 people for the next month. You've got to keep it updated. Otherwise, yeah, people get burned out of answering phone calls all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now for the franchise owners that are on the call. For the next, I don't know, month, 2 months, until you've got enough jobs that you're starting to build your reference list, you could, I leave this in your court, you could turn this into let's see, more of a personal character reference list. Okay? Now, I'm not going to ask anyone to lie on my behalf. When I went through this and I started from scratch, this is exactly what I did. I went back to people that I used to work with, and I said, would you mind if I put you on a reference list for my new business? And everybody was very supportive, and they're like, sure, be happy to do it. I said, now listen, there's some rules here. I don't want you lying to anybody. So if somebody asks you what flooring did you do for them, you tell them Arlen hasn't done any flooring for me. Okay? Now you're changing the questions at the bottom, and it's more like, you know, is Brett Johnson somebody that you trust? Is Keith Thomas someone that if you had a flooring project, would you trust him enough to at least give you a quote? I mean, you've got to change the words at the bottom. You've got to change the questions at the bottom. So it's more about your character rather than a flooring experience. And I don't want anybody trying to make up any fictitious stories about, you know, oh yeah, he did a great job for me, and you haven't done anything for him. So it's not about trying to skirt or do anything unethical or immoral. It truly is about creating a character list that you can still give as a reference list to begin with. Ethan says, when I call previous customers to do a quality check, I look to see if they have a 5-star review. Okay, I'm not opposed to that, but let me see if I can change your thinking a little bit. What if you went back to the person with a 1-star review, and the fact that you showed up at their door unashamed, unapologetic, and you're like, I'm new in this company, can you tell me a little bit about your experience? How might that change somebody's attitude towards you and towards the company? So think a little bit outside the box sometimes. Don't play the safe card all the time. And then, of course, if they absolutely hate you and hate the company, then maybe I'm not putting them on the reference list. Good.
Well, Arlen, can I add to that a little bit?
Sure.
I just learned recently on a weekend appointment of a previous customer about a year ago, and he was not happy, but he called us back and he had said things, reasons why he wasn't happy. And that taught me so much of what not to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You could even, so as the DA, here's another way you can play this, right? You could play the new card, okay? You could play the new card. Julie, you could get on a call with somebody and say, I just started working for Rick. I think that this is a phenomenal company, but if you've got 10 minutes this afternoon, I'd love to swing by and get your feeling about what your process was like. Then you show up playing the new card and say, I'm just new. Did Floor Coverings International do everything they said they would do? Right? And when Rick was here, did everybody clean up? And just ask them, like, I've just started this and I'm going to build a career with this company, but I just want to know, did I pick the right company? And oh my gosh, customers they're going to unload everything. They're going to tell you either how great everything was or how horrible things were. And if it is something, who knows? Maybe it's like, you know what? They did a great job, but there's a transition piece that Rick told me he was going to come back and fix, and he never came back and fixed it. Well, my gosh, now you look like a hero when you go back and say, Rick, I think we might have forgotten something. Because I don't think he did it on purpose, but now let's go back and actually fix this transition piece. It's a year later, but now it's fixed, and oh my gosh, now the customer has a completely different view of the world. Okay.
Just to add on real quick.
Yes.
So just with my experience in what I did for the last 8 years is that you can take these 1-star, 2-star reviews and turn them into your biggest supporters just by, and it may be something just like you were saying, so simple and just kind of really burns them. But when you circle back, and these are the things that, as owners and as DAs, tell your owners to make sure that all of those negative reviews are addressed, and you'll turn people
100%.
right around. Every
So
time, almost.
I'll give you another real life. I hired a design associate. His name was Rick. Rick was a great guy. Long story about Rick that I'll leave out at the moment. We can chat about it later if we've got time. But I had Rick calling customers that I'd done business with about 6 months before to do exactly this, to do a quality check. He called one lady. We had done her carpet, and Rick showed up to do his quality check. This woman was so impressed and surprised that we were doing this that her mother lives in town. She actually invited her mother over to see that here's this flooring company that's coming back 6 months later to check on the carpet, because she just couldn't believe it. So her mother actually came over. I mean, we're in the same town, but the mother came over because she just wanted to see this happen. And Rick was there, and he did his little quality check, and he asked the questions, and everybody was happy, and he got a reference list picture, and that was wonderful. And the mother said, since this is what you guys do, I've been wanting to do hardwood in my house. Can you come and give me a quote? And he booked an appointment on the spot. And he was still in training, so I ran that appointment with him, and he completely botched the appointment. I mean, it was an absolute disaster, right? We go in, he measures the space, he measures the space, and we go out to the van, and he pulls some products, and he does the company story. And when he got finished with the company story, he looked at her and said, so when the job's complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? We never even looked at product, never even looked at the hardwood. He just immediately went from the company story to, I know you want to buy from me. And she looked at him and said, well, we might want to look at the boards first. And he was so nervous and everything, but it was good, and we had a good laugh, and everybody had a good time, and yes, he ended up landing the sale. but he landed that sale because he had done this quote unquote quality check for her daughter. That's what did it. Okay, let's move off of that and get back to where we were. So I like to use the reference list as my transition to move from the inspection into measuring the space. And I'll explain to the customer, it's going to take me about 15 minutes to measure. I might even ask them, when I go out to the van and pull some samples out, do you want me to ring the doorbell again or knock, or should I just walk back in? Now, most people are going to tell you just to walk back in. I'm still going to ring the doorbell anyway, but it's just a way of sort of creating some separation, and there's a transition there, okay? But doing that reference list is a great transition to move from, now we're done with inspecting, and now I'm going to measure the space. So what are the hard requirements? What do I absolutely have to do when I'm measuring the space?
Identify the subfloor type.
Well, I probably found the subfloor type in the inspection, but yeah, I need to know what that is for sure.
Get accurate measurements.
Yeah, good. Okay, so not to be redundant, but I need to measure. What else do I need to do?
Understand what's being removed or moved.
Yep, so that should have happened back here.
Shoot your
Create
inspection
pricing-
videos.
Create, yeah, and create pricing options.
Yeah.
And
this is
and
where
the
I wanna
video,
create- This is where I want to create, in parentheses, 3 options. I say 3, it might be 4, it might be 5. It depends on the space. I mean, I want to do the downstairs. The downstairs might be hardwood or carpet. I want to do the upstairs. The upstairs might be LVP or hardwood, maybe carpet. Okay, now, wait a minute. My gosh, now I've got like 6 options already. Okay, so now we're going all over the place, right? So who knows? It might be more than 3 options. That's okay. But I want to be able to have at least 3 options, and ideally, these options are 20 to 25% price gapped. In other words, if option 1 is $10,000, maybe option 2 is $8,000, $7,500. Maybe option 3 is $5,000 or $6,000. Ideally, I've got those big gaps between option 1, 2, and 3. That's going to come into play when we get to the close, having those big gaps. Because if I tell you this floor is $10,000 and you tell me, no, that's too much, and then I give you another option at $9,500, well, it's the same thing. But if you tell me that $10,000 is too much, and then I give you a price at $8,000, okay, now there's a gap. Now I see that we've dropped price. That's why that 20 to 25% gap is important. It's got to be a big enough gap that the customer actually recognizes it as a gap. Going from $10,000 to $9,500 is not a gap. Okay.
Arlen, how do you gauge, I mean, either, if they haven't given you a budget, do I start at PG5 in certain households, taking in the surroundings versus PG3 or whatever, any sort of.
Yep. So honestly, my personal preference, this is a preference thing. My personal preference is I don't like going from a 5 to a 3 to a 1 or a 3 to a 2 to a 1. I'll do it, because I have to do it sometimes in order to get the gap. What I prefer to do is to expand scope so that option 1 is the whole house, option 2 is minus the upstairs, option 3 is minus the basement or whatever, so that once somebody has fallen in love with a product, I don't have to get them to re-fall in love with a different product if I have to change, right? So my personal preference is to be able to play with scope rather than playing with PGs. But you'll find what works for you, and you'll find what kind of talks to you. And when you're talking to the customer in step 2 about what they want it to look like and feel like and whatever, there's very, very few places where a PG5 is going to work. Very few.
Yeah,
I mean,
recent.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Brigitte?
I was kind of to reinforce what you're saying. Recently, we've had this a few times where it's a very specific product and color that they know that it's engineered hardwood, and they know it's a certain color because they want to match it to the banisters on the stairs or something like, or to the cabinets. And so we only have like maybe one product or two. So it's hard to make those pricing gaps without playing with the scope of the project, or one option is, you could move your own furniture or something like that. Because they have it's just the one product is the only one that's going to work, kind of thing.
Yep. So sometimes it's only one product. Other times you're going to walk in and it's only one room. Okay. How are you, how are you going to do that? No, I can't expand scope. So now I'm going to have to play with PGs, or I'm going to have to play with different product types, hardwood, luxury vinyl, laminate, something, right? All right. We'll get into that. So at a bare minimum, I've got to be able to measure. I've got to be able to create 3, maybe 4 or 5 options. I need to be able to create some options for the customer. Another tactic is doing an inspection video. So what's the point of this inspection video?
Confirm their video evidence of their concerns, validate them.
Yep, I want to validate their concern.
Great urgency.
What else? Yeah, I want to create some urgency, okay? The whole point around this inspection video is creating urgency. If 2 or 3 months from now, you call me and you tell me, hey, look, I'm doing a great job. I think I'm doing a great job, but 9 out of 10 people, I get to the close and they're like, well, we just want to think about it. We're not really sure. Okay, I'm going to ask you, are you doing an inspection video? And let's take a look at some inspection videos and see what we can do to make them stronger, right? So can you use tools to make that inspection video even stronger? And by tools, I mean, like the number one tool would be a black light. And you've got a list of tools in Floor U, but I mean, your inspection video kit, man, I would have a black light in there from day one. You will sell more carpet, or you'll at least rip out a bunch of carpet by simply showing customers in the inspection video all the stains that are in the carpet that they can't see. All the pet stains that are in there, whether it's from their pet or it's from a previous pet, from a previous owner, that black light will more than pay for itself many, many, many times over. Okay, there's other tools, pointers and all kinds of stuff that you can use. The point is, the more credibility, not theatrics, but the more credibility I can put into that inspection video, the better. Okay? All right, so we're going to take a little break, but before we do, what is the next step that we've got?
Present product.
Not yet.
Company story.
Company story.
Okay, before we get to the company story, we're going to take a little break here, but before we get to the company story, let's talk about the transition, okay, because this is an important transition. I have measured and priced the job, which means where am I physically standing right now?
Outside? At the van or outside?
Right, I'm at the van. Okay, so I went through the house, I measured everything up, I went out to the van. So now there is a big physical separation between me and the customer, right? So when I walk back into the house, whether I ring the doorbell, knock on the door, just walk in, whatever that looks like, whatever I agreed with the customer, okay, good. I walk back in the door, I've got samples in hand. So there's never a point where I look more like a salesperson than I do right now walking back in the door. I've got product in hand, okay? So when I walk back into the space, I almost need to have like a 30-second warm-up. This is not a big warm-up. This is not like I'm going to sit down and warm up for another 15 or 20 minutes. But in this transition time, I've left the customer. I literally left the house. I went out to the van. I got outside the house. And now as I'm walking back into the house, I've got to find a way to just lighten everybody's spirits again, right? And it could be as simple as, you know, oh, did you see the rainbow? Or, you know, I saw these two kids playing out here. This is great. Or whatever it is, I don't care. But there's got to be something that when you walk back into the house, because now I'm walking into the house with a tablet in one hand, 6 boards that I'm carrying, and it looks like I'm a freaking vacuum cleaner salesman walking into the house. Okay? So this is where I just want to be able to say something to the customer that just, it's not a 15-minute warm-up. This is a 30-second warm-up. This is something really, really quick, simple, boom, there you go, right? And now, one of the easiest ways to do this is to ask them, did you get in touch with anybody on the reference list? So if you don't have a reference list, now I'm dreaming up 2 kids are playing, or there's a rainbow in the sky, or oh my gosh, I saw this beautiful car, or whatever. Okay, I'm dreaming stuff up, right? The easiest way to re-warm up the customer, did you get in touch with anyone on the reference list? Because now, if they actually called somebody on the reference list, now they can tell me what a great job we did. Okay, and now all of a sudden I'm breaking that, I'm melting that shield of ice again, because now I'm not telling them what a great job we did. They're telling me what a great job we did. All right, so I come back into the house. Did you get in touch with anyone on the reference list? Oh yeah, I talked to these 3 people. They said you did a great job. Blah 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 blah. Okay, good. All right. And then I'm simply, as a way of sort of transitioning, let me show you what I found. Okay, that's just my sentence. You make up your own sentence, okay? So I walk back into the house. I've got 6 boards. I've got a tablet under my arm. I've got 6 boards in hand. I'm walking into the house. The boards that I'm going to use for option 1, I'm going to carry with me. The other boards, maybe I'll leave them in the foyer. Maybe I'll leave them on the front porch. I walk in the space. Did you get in touch with anybody on the reference list? Oh, yes, I did. Okay, that's wonderful, blah, blah, blah. We talked a little bit about that. Let me show you what I found. Now I take the tablet, I turn it to them, and I play the inspection video. When the inspection video is playing, what are the words that come out of my mouth?
You know what I love about my job?
Nothing.
Nope.
You say that
Videos play
before.
nothing.
Nothing. The video's playing.
Exactly. If I shot the inspection video where I'm narrating the inspection video, then when I'm doing the inspection video for them, my mouth is closed. Let the tablet do the talking at that point. Okay? So what is my transition to get from measuring and price? I've got to do some kind of little warm-up, which to me, the easiest way to do it is to ask them about the reference list. And then let me show you what I found. Now, by this point, I'm seated back on the couch or in the kitchen, wherever it is. I'm in the same seat that I was in before. The samples are not between me and the customer. The samples are over here to the side so that they're not a distraction. Let me show you what I found. Boom. There's the tablet, and we're playing the inspection video. Now, to me, the next piece, this is probably the most critical transition of the whole thing. I'm going to turn that tablet back to me. So let's just say for a moment, I'm using my tablet as a third screen. Here's my tablet. I showed the customer. Boom. This is what I found. They see the inspection video. I turn the tablet back to me, and now I've got the company, I'm looking at the company story. Now, Greg, you know the thing I love the most about my job? Notice you're still looking at the back. I know it's hard to see. You're still looking at the back of the screen. You don't get to see the tablet yet. You know the thing I love most about my job? I get an opportunity to come around. I drive all over the city, and I get a chance to come into people's homes and really, really change the way that their home looks by changing something fundamental like a floor. And I work for this company called Floor Coverings International, and before the customer knows it, I'm 3 slides into the company story. Okay, so I don't immediately turn the tablet to them and say, here's my company story. I have the tablet facing me. The thing I love the most about my job, it's almost like I'm having a moment, right? I'm having an epiphany. The thing that I love the most about my job, and then as I'm explaining that to the customer, then I turn it around so that they can see it, and off we go. Okay, so I could even say the company story. I'm going to start the company story in the my job scenario, and that's almost like a little transition into the company story, because it gives me the ability to not just hit them with the company story, bam, let's go. It gives me the opportunity to kind of ease into the company story. Now, here's some no-nos. I don't mean no-no like you're going to get in trouble. I mean no-no like this is a way of not being able to do the company story. If you say anything that sounds like, can I have your permission to give you a 10-minute PowerPoint, you're going to get a no. So what do I mean by that? If you say to the customer, well, let me tell you a little bit about my company. Immediately, oh, time out. No, you don't have to do all that. You don't have to do all that. I know you're good. I read your reviews. Let's just move on to the product. Okay. Would it be okay if I shared with you a little bit about our company? No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Okay. This is where words matter, and the way that you use your words. This is not a word for word script by any means, but you can get yourself in trouble if you allow a certain ambiguity in your language. So I don't want to do anything that makes it sound like I'm asking permission to give the company story. So here we go. I've got, let me show you what I found. I'm showing you the tablet. Let me show you what I found. It plays. Turn the tablet back to me. The thing that I love the most about my job is I just really love getting a chance to meet people like yourself and really be able to help you in your space. I work for this company called Floor Coverings International, and it's part of this bigger company. Good. Now, I'm 3 slides in before anybody knows what hit them. Okay. Make sense? All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Let's take 15 minutes as just a restroom break. Get water, coffee, tea, whatever you need. Water in, water out. My clock right now says 12:35. I'm going to start back promptly when my clock says 12:50. So you have 15 minutes. You can go ahead and turn your camera off, take a break, and when you come back, turn your camera back on, and then I know we're back and we're back in business. All right, so I've got 12:50. As you are back and live, let's get this cranked back up. So open your cameras back up and let's go. So where we left off with the transition going into the company story, right? We left with the transition going into the company story. So what is in step 4? We're in the company story. What are the absolute basics of being able to do the company story?
Knowing the slide order.
Okay, knowing the slide order. Okay. What else? What's the absolute basic of being able to do the company story?
So knowing what the next slide is, so you can transition into it.
Know how to get it know how to start it in the first place and swipe.
Good. Yep. All right. So that's good. Okay. So the company story, just do it, right? I mean, just actually know the content. Okay. So at a basic level, can you present the content of each slide? That doesn't mean it's good. It just means, can you present it, right? Hey, look, this is what the BBB has to say about home improvement. This is how we earn our stars. Hey, we're licensed and insured. Can you at least, if all you did was just went through, bam, 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 You could get through this company story in probably 4 minutes. It wouldn't be a good one, but at least you gave the customer some information. Okay, so just give the customer some content. Now, what do we do to dress it up to actually make it a good company story?
Personalize it.
Yeah, okay.
I throw in the names of our installation crews, the name of the owner, just because it's, we have 6 people in our entire franchise, so including the installation crews. So I just tell everybody, if it's a carpet job, Ricardo's been doing this for 21 years. He'll be out here. He knows what to do, and he can answer any more specific questions when he's out here.
Perfect. So when you say personalizing it, I want to personalize it for the customer, but I also want to personalize it for our location, for my location. Good. Okay, what else? What else can I do to dress this thing up and make it actually sound good?
Include transitions in between slides.
Yeah, transitions between the slides, right? Yeah, that's key, because if it just sounds like I'm going through PowerPoint slides, it's not interactive at all. It doesn't. I mean, it's just boring. Okay, so you can be fast and still be boring, and it feels like it takes forever. If you can be halfway interesting, you can have a good company story. You don't have to be, the comedian of the year, but if you can at least be, make it interactive somewhat, and at least talk to their specific situation, that's key. What else can you do during the company story to really make it sing for you, make it work for you?
Well, you're trying to address especially the things that they're concerned about. So if they're really concerned about price, spend a little bit of extra time talking about the fact that our price includes everything. There's not going to be surprises. So, I mean, just trying to address their objection and really build your value.
Yes. Why would I bother back in the warm-up? Why would I bother getting the objection if I don't do something with it? Okay, so this is the opportunity to do something with it. Good. So Janie, you mentioned that you were going to get other quotes. Well, okay, here's a reason why a lot of my customers don't bother getting other quotes, because they know that we're going to take care of them. Okay, good, right? I mean, why do people get other quotes? They get other quotes because they just want to make sure they're not being taken advantage of. Okay, well, if I can show the customer how we're not taking advantage of them, they may not even bother getting other quotes. Okay, good. What else can I do in the company story to really dress it up and make it work for me?
Make each slide relatable to what you've learned about the customer already for them.
I want it to be relatable. Okay. So the company story, if all I do is say, I checked the box, I gave the company story. Okay, that's fine. You gave the company story. And I guess from a brand perspective, at least everybody got a company story, but that's really not working for you. Make the company story work for you. Okay, make it work for you. Now the next piece of this, okay, step 5 is installation. Okay, but in terms of a transition, it's just embedded, right? In fact, when we look at it like this, it feels a little bit awkward because the installation video it's in the middle of the company story. So you've got the company story and then you've got the installation video, and then we finish the company story. That's done on purpose, by the way, because it gives you an opportunity to really do some good price conditioning around how great your installers are, and you can make that installation video really, really work for you. At the very basic level, what does it mean to do present the installation video?
Given like a flow of how the day goes.
Yeah, okay. I just want to explain the installation.
Or if you're really, really basic, press play.
You could
That wouldn't
just
get
press
you
play
anywhere,
and
but
sit there. That's great, right? This is one that it actually is better to narrate. Okay, so I want to narrate it. And this is a great place to do some price conditioning. No, this is a wonderful place. While the video is playing and you're talking about installation, we're going to show up on time. We're going to move all the furniture. We're going to get rid of all the old stuff. When the installers come in, we pay our installers a little bit more than the rest of the market does because we want to make sure that you have a great experience. We're going to make sure that we clean up after we leave. Boom. What was that? 10 seconds. And what did you hear? My installers cost more. You're going to pay more. Right? It's little things. It's little things. It's little things that I'm dropping along the way. Okay? All right, but just do the installation video. What's next?
Product presentation.
Yeah, product. Okay, so how am I going to transition from the company story into product? How can I make that transition?
I mean, just something like, we've spent a couple minutes, what we do. Let me show you the things I found for you. I can't wait for you to see them. Like have some excitement saying, I can't wait to show you what I found.
Yeah, I chose because you said blank.
Okay, yep. So I'm going to absolutely, when I present product, I chose this for you because you said, right? I want to absolutely use that statement. Now, in terms of a transition, I'm going from the company story into presenting product. There's a little hint. What is the last slide in the company story? What is the very last slide in the company story?
Let's build this together.
Yeah, build it together.
Right, let's build it. Okay, so it's like a little hint. Let's build it. Okay, good. Let's take a look at the floors. Let's build it. Let's actually build your floor together. Okay, so this gives you the transition. I mean, the transition is sort of built into the company story. All right, now I want to expand on this just a second. Frame this up here. Let's get rid of this little blue line here. All right. As a extra credit little tactic, in between, it's a tactic. Do it, don't do it. In between the company story and actually showing them the product. The last slide of the company story said, let's build it. Let's see. So you're not seeing it, maybe because I'm using a light green. Let's make it a little bigger, a little thicker. Danny, is that helpful?
I think before the white, when I look at the thing that says whiteboard, it actually filled up my screen. Does that make sense? Where now that just looks like the camera's off. Could just be me.
I think it's just you. I'm seeing the whiteboard on my other.
I see it.
Okay, personal problem. I'll fix it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So here's a little, this is an extra little tactic. It's a little advanced tactic, if you will. Okay. In this, let's build it. You could actually do a subfloor build up. In other words, you might have a little piece of plywood, about that big. You might have a little piece of pad and a little piece of carpet. You might have a little piece of baseboard. You might have a little piece of hardwood underlayment. You might have a little piece of hardwood. You might have a little piece of quarter round. You might have all these little Lego pieces, right? And this is where you get to play with Legos. And it might be that you say, let's build your new floor. And I look at the customer and say, Marnie, what you have on your floor today is carpet, and carpet is typically over pad. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in and we're going to remove the carpet, we're going to remove the pad, and that's going to expose the bare subfloor. We're going to come back and put an underlayment down, and then we're going to put your hardwood floor down on top of that. You have baseboards, which we can leave in place, and we'll just put a little piece of trim called quarter round right there in the gap. That'll work for you, won't it? Okay, good. What is that? That literally takes 20 seconds to do. It's little playing with Legos, but it helps the customer visualize what the project is going to look like. Okay, use it, don't use it, up to you, right? That's just a tactic, but it's a great way of just sort of transitioning from, we just finished with the company story, let's build your floor, because the slide said let's build it. So let's actually build it with a little subfloor demo, play with Legos, and then let's take a look at the actual products. Okay, use it, don't use it, whatever. Yeah.
Do you, are you saving the product demo for after? Or like, let's say you want to show scratch resistance. Would we do that here, or would we do that after we show the boards?
Yep. So if you're going to do a product demo, that's going to be squarely in step 6, right? So if you want to do a product demo, Brigitte, I chose this product for you because you said you were concerned about, you know, scuffing and scratching and everything. So I chose this for you for that reason. Let me show you how this works. You do the demo and then you say, you know, is there a color here that you feel like would be perfect for your space? So that just goes in with that product presentation as sort of an extra, you know, advanced thing if you want to do a product demo.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
So at a basic level, product, I chose this for you because you said, and what is it that I need to validate here? I need to validate the color, texture. Ultimately, I'm trying to get the customer to say, I love it. And as an extra little tactic, I could do a subfloor demo, I could do the subfloor build up, I could do a demo, any of that kind of stuff. What else could I do in step 6 to help the customer pick product?
Talk a little bit about the FAB of the product, the features, advantages, benefits.
I can throw out some fab language.
Have them touch it, feel it, sense it.
Yep. Touch it, feel it. Good. What else?
You have pictures of installed floors of that same variety. I'd like to show them at this point too.
Ooh, I like
People
that.
can kind of see them. People can kind of see them in their, different color cabinets, different lighting. Everybody's got different lighting and cabinets in their house, so helps.
I love it.
Have them
Okay.
move it around the space. If there's multiple spaces for the same floor, have them move it around, look at it. Also use any of the visualizers that we have available through Cali or Florvana.
Yep. So Shaw has Florvana, Cali has their version. So use visualizers.
And use those black picture frame things
Yep.
to isolate it.
Would you also talk about the accessories and the trim options?
Oh, absolutely. Yep. So we can absolutely talk about accessories, trim. 100%. Okay. So this is what the customer wanted. This is why they asked you to come to the house, right? So have some fun with this. I mean, the company story is a lot of fun for us, and it should be fun for the customer too if we do a good job delivering it. This is what the customer wanted to see. So have some fun with this, right? I mean, put it up against the wall, put it up against the floor, put it wherever it needs to go so the customer can see it in the light. Use the black L's to isolate a color. Use pictures and visualizers and demos or whatever else you feel like you need to do to help the customer fall in love with that particular product. So what's the next step?
Pre-close.
Pre-close. And what happens in the pre-close?
We're kind of testing to see if we did our job right. Other than price
Okay.
or payment, is there any other reason we couldn't get your flooring project started today while I'm here?
Right. Okay.
More
Other-
objections.
other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? All right, so let me also give you a little transitional question here, okay? So we've gone through product, and the customer said, yes, I absolutely love it. That's the hardwood that I want, okay? So how am I going to go from that to a pre-close? Well, I mean, you could just say, so this is the one you love. Yep. Well, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? I mean, you could just jump right in there. You don't need a transition there. But if you like, you might ask the customer if they have any questions. So, for example, it might sound something like this. You know, so this is the hardwood you absolutely love. Yep, I absolutely love it. That's the one. Okay. So, do you have any questions about how this project would go? What would be involved in installing the hardwood? Any questions about the hardwood itself? And maybe they'll ask, well, how long do you think the project would take? Or how long do you think it would take for us to get started? Or when do you think, you know, that's the normal case, right? So you maybe answer a question or two, and then you ask them, well, I've got a question for you. Other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? And it's sort of a way of just making sure that they've got their questions answered before you ask yours. What at the root is this question trying to do?
Isolate.
Yeah, right? I'm trying to find out, remember there's 4 reasons that people buy: from the person, from the company, for the product, and for the price. Now we haven't seen price yet. I worked up the estimate. I know what the price is, but the customer hasn't seen price yet. So what I'm trying to find out is, other than price, is there anything else that I didn't cover? Does it make sense why I would ask this question?
It's helping you perfect your method for next time too, so you can know, okay, what do I need to do differently?
Yep, this is a diagnostic question, and this is going to help me understand where we're going from here. This is going to help me understand what's going to happen in the close, and it also helps me understand how am I going to get better for my next appointment. Okay, one of the beautiful things about this sales system is that this sales system helps you figure out why you didn't sell, which helps you get better going forward.
So how often, what percentage, or I would imagine this gets better with experience and practice, but how often do customers restate the same objection they had stated at the end of the warm-up right here?
So you are 100% correct. It gets better with time. So in the beginning, I would expect that people are going to tell you, well, I'm still going to get other estimates. Okay, I would expect it because you're not good yet. Okay, don't take offense to that. I mean, I know some of you have a ton of flooring experience, and I get it, but you're not good with this system yet. Okay, there's no shame in that. You're going to get good with this system. That's okay, right? It's okay to say that right now. The reality is, in the beginning, you're going to still get people that say, no, I'm still going to get other estimates. As you get better, as you practice your craft, as you get good at this, you'll have fewer and fewer people that tell you that. And it really will come down to, no, it just comes down to price. It also depends how you ask it, okay? So watch the difference between these two. Brigitte, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? Versus, so Brigitte, other than price or payment, would there be any reason that we couldn't get your job started today?
No, it's really just the price.
Yep. But you see, if I just blurt the question out as fast as I can because I'm trying to check a box, the customer doesn't really hear the question. It doesn't sink in. And so they're like, right? So you end up with a lot of false positives because it's like, oh my gosh, I asked the question. They told me it was just price. Yeah, because you said it so fast that nobody had a chance to think. This is where I'm going to intentionally slow down. Other than price or payments, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? I am going to intentionally slow down and put a pause there because I want the customer to really digest this question before they answer it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now, then I'm going to follow up with, this is my pre-close question. Then I'm going to follow up with my commitment statement. Okay. That line. What is my commitment statement?
I'm not going to let anything other than price or payment stand. I'm not going to let anything stand in the way of you getting the floors that you deserve.
Right. I'm not going to let price or payment stand in the way of you getting the floors that you love and deserve. Okay, and that's a commitment statement. And the reason we make that statement is because now as I show the customer price, I have to change into a different role. Okay, now I'm changing, I really am. I'm taking off one hat and I'm putting on another hat. I'm changing into a different role. And so I'm essentially moving over to the customer side of the, not physically, but I'm moving mentally, I'm moving over to the customer side of that couch. And I'm saying, okay, now what do I need to do to help you get these floors? Okay, I'm now going into more of a diagnostic mode and less into a sales mode. Okay. All right. This, in a nutshell, is everything up to the close. Everything up to the close, all on one screen. With transitions, you do this, you're going to close probably 30, 35% close rate. And then as you get good with the closing stuff, you'll do even better than that. This is just about, and if you think about it, it's logical. This is the thing that I don't understand about other sales systems, is that other sales systems just don't feel logical to me. This one feels very logical. I walk in, I get to know the customer, we look at the space, I measure it up, I come back, do a company story, show them product, and ask them a free close question. It's just logical to me. It just is. It just flows nicely, right? It's just a nice flowing process.
Hey, Arlen, and I agree with Brigitte, I would expect 90% of the time the customer in the warm up is going to say, I'm going to get other estimates, right? That's the objection that you're going to uncover. And then in this step, they're going to say, oh yeah, I'm still planning to get other estimates. And, because that is price, right? In their mind, you're saying other than price or payment, and they'll say, well, yeah, other than, I want to see some other estimates to see what other prices are. So, I'm sure we're going to talk about it, but that's what I would be interested in. How do you shortstop, that?
Yep. And Dan, that comes with how do you address the objections, especially in the company story. Okay. The reason that people want to get estimates most often, yes, I know you're going to run into that one guy that he was a purchasing manager for 52 years with the U.S. government, and he can't even go, he won't even go to McDonald's and order a hamburger. He's got to go to McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King and compare prices, right? Okay, that person doesn't really exist, but whatever. So in the end, what I know is that if we handle the objections correctly, then by the time we get here, it really should be just about price. It really should be. And I know that on average, I think I've shared this with this class. Do you know on average, these are not floor coverings numbers, by the way, these are industry numbers. Do you know on average how many quotes people get before making a buying decision for home improvement? On average.
One.
Would say 3.
3, 2 to 3.
2.
1.3.
1.2.
On average, if you take all the people and all the quotes they get, on average, people get 1.2 quotes before making a decision on home improvement companies.
Hey,
That
Arlen, a
means,
question.
yes, there is somebody out there that's getting 3 quotes, but that means there's a lot of other people that if you show them a reasonable price and you've convinced them of the value, that they will sign with you without having to get those other quotes that they had gotten. Yeah, Evan.
Yeah, so just a quick clarifying question. Does it make sense when you're at that point and kind of to the comments a few folks have made, you're feeling like they are, if they're not going to get another quote, they're at least expressing that they are going to, where you kind of cradle the egg and you embrace it and say, look, I understand you want to get other quotes. However, if you do, make sure you ask them about their service experience and ask them about the installer and kind of go down, almost restating the value proposition from the company's story. And instead of saying, no, you shouldn't, you say, look, if you do, these are the things you need to ask about.
I'm probably going to save that. There is a time and a place that I might bring that back out, but I'm probably going to save that right now. Okay. Right now, what I might do is I might say something like, I'm in the pre-close, and other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? And the customer says, well, I still want to get some other estimates. I might say something like, yeah, when my wife and I make a big decision like this, we just want to be comfortable with the decision that we make. So I'm not going to let price or payment stand in the way. And then when I get to the closing question, I'm just going to change it a little bit. And I'm going to say something like, once your job's complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be more comfortable paying with a check or taking advantage of one of the payment options? So now I'm going to bring this idea of being comfortable into the equation, right? Okay.
Thank you.
So we're going to dive into, yes, one more. Yep.
I might say that it's more post-close dealing with this right now. So no objections on price, everything was good. But now after they've signed, are going to get another quote.
Well, that's interesting because now we're talking about people that want to cancel a job.
Yeah. Sorry, that's why I was gone for the first 15 minutes.
Right. So hopefully that's not the case.
Yeah. So is that something that we that you would say like in that pre-close we may miss a step, or is that just happens sometimes?
I mean, it will happen once in a while. It doesn't happen often, but I mean, we will talk a little bit about how to prevent cancellations when we get to step 10, but it will happen from time to time. We get to step 10 and I'll show you how we can use step 10 to help prevent some.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay. All right. We're going to move into step 8. We're going to move into the close. All right. But I need to show you something. I want to make sure that we're really, really clear on something here. So as we move to step 8, that line between step 7 and step 8, that's almost like BC and AD when it comes to time. Before price and after price. So before price, I can do all kinds of selling. After I show the price, I've got to be really, really, really careful because if somebody comes back to me with this or that, and I start trying to defend price and whatever, all of a sudden I sound really, really defensive. Okay, so my mindset has to change. Before price, sure, I can sell, especially in, the company story and in the product presentation. Man, I'm selling my butt off. But when it comes to, once I've shown price, I really stop selling. And at this point, I'm just trying to help the customer figure out how to do what they want to do. Okay? It's important for us to learn this, okay, from a training perspective. It's important for us to learn this in 2 pathways. The first path is, in the pre-close, in the pre-close, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? And I'm going to break them into a positive pre-close and a negative pre-close. So what do I mean by this? Positive pre-close. Oh, it just comes down to price. Negative pre-close. Well, I still want to get other estimates. Right? Positive pre-close. Oh yeah, I mean, if we can, if we can fit it in the budget, yeah, absolutely, we can do it. Negative pre-close. Well, I'm still not 100% sure that this is what I want. Okay? When you ask this pre-close question, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? A positive pre-close is anything that sounds like price, or I would venture to say even time, okay? The customer may even say something like, well, I'm not going to be able to do it until I get my tax refund, but okay, so that's a time thing, and we're going to deal with time. The positive pre-close is all of this is still centered around buying choices and buying decisions, okay? A negative pre-close, you'll see the customer is putting up a wall that says, I'm not buying anything today. Negative pre-close. They're throwing another objection at you that they think you can't deal with because, well, I'm still going to get other estimates. Well, you can't tell them, no, don't get other estimates. So that's what I consider a negative pre-close, okay?
Couldn't you reemphasize the pre-close question and kind of say, listen, yeah, but other than price or payment?
I mean, you could, but if I've asked it the right way the first time, then I'm making the assumption that the customer heard the question, right? So other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? And the customer says, well, yeah, I'm not so sure. I think I still want to get some other estimates before I make a final decision. Okay. Now I'm still going to show them the price. I'm still going to move forward, but I know without a shadow of a doubt that there is something in my process leading up to this that I need to work on. Whether it's my company story, whether it's the way I presented product, I didn't get the customer excited enough, whatever it is, okay? So, in the close, for our training purposes, I want to make this really, really clear. For our training purposes, we're gonna learn these two paths separately. So for the time being, we're going to assume a positive pre-close. We're going to come back and deal with the negative pre-close, okay? But for the time being, let's assume a positive pre-close. Can we do that? So other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? No, it just comes down to price, positive pre-close. Well, look, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that you can get the floors that you love and deserve. I'm not going to let price or payment stand in our way. Perfect. Okay, so we are working on the assumption that somebody just gave us a positive pre-close. Make sense? Okay, so now what? Let's pull up price and payment sheet. So I tell the customer, enough that you can see it on the screen. So the total retail price for your job was $12,487. Now you were able to get in touch with 3 of the people on my reference list, and that gives you a $150 discount. And that brings your total down to just $12,337. I never know how people might want to pay for a project like this, so I took the liberty of putting together some finance options, some payment options. 24 months would be $586 a month. 36 months would be $419 a month, and 48 months is just $330 a month. Once your job is complete and you are 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? Remember, 30 seconds ago, they said it just comes down to price. That's important to remember. We got a positive pre-close. 30 seconds
If
ago, it
we
just
have
came down.
financing, and the pricing is not gonna be the same as that payment terms and month table. Right?
Okay. It might be.
So,
I don't know.
well, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, when you get to this screen, should you tell them those prices, the 24, 36, and 48? Because once they do
100%.
financing, it might be different.
100%. What would cause it to be different, Spencer?
Better credit or worse credit?
And when am I going to find that out?
After this?
After I land the sale. Okay? There is no way for me to even go to the finance company, to go to one of the companies that we work with. I don't get the right to walk in their door, to knock on their door, to pick up the phone and call them until I have a landed job. Okay? So I'm going to present this. Now, this is just math. This is based on a 12.99% interest rate, which in most cases, it's going to go down a little bit from here anyway. So this is based on a 12.99% interest rate. For most of the plans, it's going to go down from here. And that just makes people feel good when you tell them, hey, I told you it was going to be 330, but it actually came out at 325. Okay, fine. Nobody's going to argue with that. Okay, so it's just math. All right.
Okay,
so
yeah,
I
I was just worried about that.
Yep. So you can worry about it after you land the job, but not before.
Can you?
All right. So yeah, go ahead.
Arlen, can you, I want to get the verbiage. I liked your verbiage. Can you do it
Okay.
again?
Yep. So the total retail price for your job is $12,487. You were able to get in touch with 3 of the people on my reference list, and that gives you $150 off. And that's going to bring your total down to just $12,337. I never know how people might want to pay for a project like this, so I took the liberty of coming up with some payment options. 24 months would be $586 a month. 36 months would be $415 a month, and 48 months is just $331 a month. Once your job is complete and you are 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options?
Okay,
Now,
thank you.
let's dream for a minute. How could the customer answer that question? Think of all the ways the customer could answer that question. Once your job is complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? And I leave it to you. How could the customer answer?
Do I have to put anything down? Can I use a credit card? What's the interest rate? All still buying questions.
What else? How else could the customer answer?
That was more than I
Basically-
was hoping to spend.
Okay, that's
Yeah, still seems
more-
high, something like that.
Yeah, that's more than my budget, more than I had in my budget, which they haven't told you until this very point.
That's more than the other proposals I got.
Okay, what else? How else
You
could
want
somebody
any kind of
answer?
discount if I pay cash, if I pay with a check versus paying with a credit card.
Okay, how else?
Is there anything else I could do to reduce the price? I've never said that before to anyone. That's not why I knew that question at all.
Perfect. Okay, what else? How else could somebody answer this? Once your job is complete and you are 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? How would you answer it?
What if they still object and say, I still need some time to think this over?
Okay, time to think.
Or Arlen, this is a lot of money to spend. I don't feel comfortable not getting a second opinion or second quote.
All right, second opinion? All right, what else? Oh, come on, you can be inventive. Be creative here.
Let's do it.
Oh, all right, keep this. Do it. I like that one. I get one yes out of all the no's. Good. I like that. That's about the right average. Good. What else?
Well, I've seen where only one spouse has been here. And then they use the spouse objection after the price is shown. Or like, oh, well, I want to do it. I need to convince my husband or something like that.
Okay, good. All right, what else? Oh, come on, you guys, see, all right, the new franchise owners, I get it, but DAs, you guys have heard some stuff. Come on. You guys have heard some crazy stuff.
The biggest
I know
one,
you have.
the biggest
Other
one.
projects are more important.
Other projects, Tom?
Is when they'll say, I need to move some money around, so I can't do it tonight. And we respond, yes, you can. Just sign the agreement and mail us the check when you're ready to go. We'll start your project then.
All
So
right,
it's-
you're gonna move some money?
I'm waiting for my tax refund. I think it's coming soon. I just don't know when.
Good.
Or
All right,
more
what
so they
else?
don't know
I'm
how
getting
much
my
they're gonna
arm
get with that
amputated.
tax refund.
Good, now we're getting into some stuff. Good, we're gonna get our arm amputated.
I literally had a customer tell me they were getting their arm amputated last week.
Look, this is what I'm looking for. That you're gonna hear some crazy stuff out there, okay? You're gonna hear some crazy stuff. I'm getting my arm amputated. I can't do this. Okay, good. I mean, not good that you're getting your arm amputated, but at least now we're starting to get somewhere.
I don't
What
know
else?
I don't know if my credit's good enough.
Don't know if my credit's good enough.
Lost their job.
Hey, Arlen, what if this is where they try to reduce the scope of the project?
Mike. Okay. All right, you're gonna hear all kinds of crazy stuff. I've heard my dog just died. I've heard my daughter needs braces.
I had a customer dealing with some legal fee issues.
Legal.
What about selling my house? Can we pay at closing?
Selling house. Yep. Okay. Okay.
We've
All right.
got a couple where their family member, best friend, or whoever's a contractor. So they could go that route. They just want to put some fire under them and get a price from us.
Contractor friend. Right, okay, good. All right, now, let's put these in perspective for a second. All this stuff. 30 seconds ago, I asked the customer a question. Other than price or payment, would there be any reason that we couldn't get your job started today? None of this crap came up. Because we're making the assumption that we got a positive pre-close, right? We got a positive pre-close. The customer said it really just comes down to price. And now I've shown them a $12,000 price for their floor, and now we're talking about the arm has to be amputated, the dog just died, the daughter has braces, the car needs a new set of tires, all this other stuff comes out of the woodwork. Put this in, so think about this logically, because when you're in the home, you don't think logically. You know, all this stuff hits you at one time and you're trying to figure out what to do. Think about this. 30 seconds ago, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? No, it just comes down to price. Now, $12,000 for your floor. Now what do you say? Oh, I've got some legal issues and my daughter and the fence and the dog and the wife and the bulb tires and blah, 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 blah. What's happening?
They're scared.
Really
Buyers, they're making excuses.
yeah, we're making
We haven't-
excuses, right?
we haven't built enough trust in our company. They don't know, they're still unsure if we're going to deliver, if we're going to be worth the investment.
Maybe. But what's happening here is that the customers, I mean, they're reacting to this price. And by the way, it doesn't matter if it's 12,000, if it's 30,000, or if it's 2,000. The reality is that whatever project you throw out there, people don't know how much flooring costs. People have been conditioned to think that every flooring costs 99 cents. I mean, it's what we're conditioned. And Home and Garden TV, HGTV, for all the wonderful things it does for this industry, it makes everybody believe that everything can be done inside of a week. And, you know, we can build an entire house in a week and it's going to cost 99 cents a square foot. I mean, that's where people's brains are, right? So when you show them a $12,000 price tag for this job, oh my gosh. And I'm telling you this because you should expect it. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to sell the job, and frankly, it doesn't mean you're not going to sell this option. You may still walk out of this with this $12,000 sale. I'm not saying that you've lost the sale. What I'm saying is you should be prepared that this is your customer's initial reaction. Know it so that you're not surprised by it when it happens. Okay? I'm going to show you one thing, and then we're going to take a break. I'm getting hungry. I'm sure you guys are too. So we're going to take a break and get something to eat. But before I do, I just want to show you one thing before we break. Okay? When you ask this question, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check or take advantage of one of the payment options? There's only 5 ways that the customer can answer that question. Okay, the customer can say thousands and thousands of different words, but I can group those into 5 different things. They can answer with what I like to call poo-poo. Now, the reason I say poo-poo, all right, I've got my little, here we go.
I was going to say,
There's
I'm
your-
familiar with that. Yeah.
Yep, there's my poo-poo, right? Okay. The reason I say they can answer with poo-poo, because 30 seconds ago, that objection did not exist, and now it does. I'm not saying it's not real, but 30 seconds ago, that did not have anything to do with this decision, and now all of a sudden it's showing up. The other thing about poo is, what do you do with poo? Your dog goes in the backyard, they make poo, what do you do with it? Do you
Throw it away.
it?
Get
Throw it
rid of
out.
it.
Flush it down.
Throw it in my
You can't
neighbor's
do
yard.
Yeah, throw it in the neighbor's yard. There's nothing you can do constructively with it. So what I want to do is I want to get the customer not talking about poo and talking about something I can actually do something with. Okay? The customer could give you a price objection. That might sound like, this is too much money. This is higher than the last people that were here. You know, Chip and Joanna Gaines said that this should be 99 cents, whatever, okay? This is absolutely about price. What's another way that somebody could object? It could be a time objection. And by time, I don't mean, and you have to listen really, really carefully to the customer here. This is not, I need a week to think about it. It's not time to think about it. It's time to do it. In other words, I have to wait until I get my tax refund to do it. I have to wait until my daughter gets her braces off to be able to do it. I have to wait until some time to be able to do it. So it's not time to think about making the decision. It's the time to do the project, okay? Another objection that people could have is a payment objection. Price objections and payment objections are 2 different things. You're going to find when you present price to people that some people, when you present price, all they're going to look at is the left-hand side of your screen. They're looking at the tablet, and all they're paying attention to is that $12,000 number. There's other people that when you show them the tablet, all they're looking at is that monthly number. How much is it a month? Okay. And this is not, by the way, this is not a commentary on people's budget. It's not a commentary on people's demographics or their standard of wealth or socioeconomic. It doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with it. As a matter of fact, about 6 months ago, I was doing this class and there was a husband and wife team. So, you know, like David and Lisa are on here together. There was a husband and wife team. And when I got to this point, the husband said, yep, he looks at the left-hand side of the screen and the wife always looks at the right-hand side of the screen. It's just the way that we're wired. Some people look at what does that mean for my monthly budget, and some people look at it as just a big total. And what you're going to have to do, okay, because you're in the same boat. I don't know how you look at price, but you have a natural affinity to either look at the total, or you have a natural affinity to look at the payment option and look at how much it is per month. And whichever way you are, you're going to have to stop thinking the way you think, and you're going to have to allow the customer to make a decision based on what they think. In other words, when I look at a project, I personally look at $12,000 and say, okay, I'm either going to do it or not do it for 12 grand. That's the way I look at it. I don't look at payments, I look at the number. Okay? But when I go into a customer's home, I cannot assume that they're going to look at it the way that I look at it. I have to assume that they're going to look at it one of two ways. I don't know which way they're going to look at it. So I can't think with my wallet. I have to let the customer think with their wallet. All right? So if a customer is objecting to $12,000 is too much, that's a price objection. If a customer looks at the screen and says $330 a month, man, that's more than my car lease. Now, I know that they're objecting to the payment, not the price, but to the payment. And I know for a lot of us, we look at it and say, well, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. For some people, they look at the payment and they say the payment is too much. Some people look at the price and say the price is too much, and it's two different objections, and we have to hear it differently. The last thing that somebody could do is they could object to the interest rate. So if I go back down our list, interest rate, more money, that's probably price, seems high. That might be price or payments. Budget, that might very well be payment. Cash discount, okay, that's a buying thing. Reduce the price, that's a price thing. Time to think, okay, that's different than a time one. Second opinion, okay, I should have had the spouse there to begin with. I've got other projects, I need to move money around. Okay, other projects, that's poo-poo, because I can't do anything about that. Arm amputation, I lost my job, reduced scope, the dog died. A lot of this stuff is poo-poo, because 30 seconds ago, it didn't have anything to do with anything. Now watch the magic here. If the customer is talking about poo-poo, and if I can't get them to talk about anything other than poo-poo, so let's say the customer says, I'm going to have my arm amputated, I can't do this. If I can't get them to talk about anything else, what are my odds of landing this sale?
Slim to none.
Slim.
If I can't get them to say anything other than poo-poo, I have a 0% chance of closing it. But if I can get them to talk about price, and they tell me that the price is too high, and they say $12,000, that's out of my budget, the price is too high, my odds of landing this sale just went up to 65%. And if I can get the customer to tell me, well, I can't do it until I get my tax refund, a very specific time, my odds just went up to 75%. If I can get the customer to tell me the payments are too high, $330 a month is too much. I can't do it for $330 a month. I have an 85% chance of landing the sale. 5, not an 8. And if I can get the customer to tell me that the interest rate is too high, 12.99, you got to be crazy. There's no way. If I can get the customer to tell me that the interest rate is too high, I have a 95% chance of closing the sale. Okay. So my trick is if they're talking about poo-poo, if I ask them the closing question, when your job is complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check, or do you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? If I get a heaping, steaming wad of poo-poo, my trick, my next step is to get them to stop talking about poo-poo and to start talking about price. And if I can get them to talk about price, if we can shift away from the poo-poo and we can if I can get the customer's words to come out of their mouth, the price is too high. Now I have a price objection. Now I can work with a price objection. And now my job is to try to move this from price to time to payment to interest. I'm going to simply move the customer up that hill. Okay.
What can you give an example of a time objection again?
Sure. Ask me the closing question. When your job is complete.
When your job is complete and you're completely satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a check or take advantage of one of our pricing our payment options?
It's not something that I'd be able to do right now. We've got some other things that are happening with the budget right now, and 12 grand. That's just not something that we'd be able to do right now. That's something. I don't know how long your quote is good for, but that's probably not something we'd be able to do until maybe the end of the summer.
Okay.
Okay. So that's time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even telling you that 12,000 is too much. I'm just telling you I can't do it right now. Okay.
Okay. So
And
so it's not poo-poo if they say something like, well, actually our daughter is getting married next month. It's really expensive. So that's not poo-poo? That's time.
Well, I can't deal with the daughter getting married. I can't change that.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so I have nothing to do with the daughter getting married. I don't have a solve for the daughter getting married, right? So if the daughter is going to get married, now that's pure poo-poo. Okay, so what am I going to do? Now I need them to talk about price. And from price, maybe, who knows, maybe this ends up going into, well, the daughter's wedding is going to be really expensive and we probably won't be able to recover from that for 6 months. We won't be able to do this flooring project until 6 months from now. Now that's time. Mm-hmm. Now we've got time, right? Mm-hmm. But I can't make that assumption. I need them to tell me that.
Mm-hmm.
Arlen,
so when they say they can do it, oh, sorry.
So how do you redirect on the poo-poo? Would you say something like, listen, what's your first impression of price to truly understand whether it's...
Yep, good question. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break and get some food. Because I do all this training standing up and I'm hungry now. So we're going to go get some food and I'm going to answer that question as soon as we get back. So on my clock, on the Eastern time, I see that we're at 1:51. I want to make sure that I give you guys time to relax for a minute, let the brain settle down. When we get back, we're going to work through how do I move from poo-poo to price? How do I move from price to time to payment? And what are the solves for those things? Okay, what are the solves? So when somebody says, I can't do it for 6 months, what do we do with that, right? So I want to work through all of that when we come back. So we've got a good bit still to do, but I also want to make sure you've got time for the brain to settle into what we've already done and to get some food in your system. So let's say I'm at 1:51 on the Eastern time, and we're going to come back at 2:30 Eastern time. And just like before, turn your cameras off. 2:29 or so, put the cameras back on, and we'll come back together and we'll figure out how to walk up this mountain here. Good work today. Good work this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you in a little.
Again, if you are back, please turn your cameras back on, and let's just quickly review where we were when we left off, and then we will jump right back in. So I don't need this time anymore. All right, so before we took a break, I made an outlandish claim that when you ask the closing question, once your job's complete, you're 100% satisfied, would you be willing to pay with a check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? That there's only 5 ways that the customer could answer. They could answer with poo-poo, they could answer with a price objection, a time objection, a payment objection, or an interest rate objection. And I guess there actually is a 6th way that they could answer. They could just say yes. I mean, that's, I'll pay you. Okay, so that's good. I want to talk about how to deal with each one of these, okay? But before I get into each one of them individually, and we're going to go through them each one individually, I want to go back specifically to this business about a credit card. I want you to listen to the closing question very, very carefully. Once your job is complete and you are 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a check or take advantage of one of the payment options? Did I say anything about credit cards? No.
Nope.
But would we do a credit card?
We can.
Yes.
So why wouldn't I say, would you like to pay with a check or credit card or take advantage of one of the payment options? Why
Because the
wouldn't I
credit
offer
card
that?
is 3% extra.
Yeah,
Yeah,
3.5%.
credit cards incur fees.
Credit card processing fee.
Okay, so let's not think so much like this is money coming out of my pocket, but let's just think in terms of landing the sale.
You're giving
Because
them
the
one more
reality is,
option.
let's say that I want to set my margins at 50% margin. Well, I could just as easily set them at 53% margin, and I don't care about credit card fees, right? So the 3% fee, I don't really care. I mean, I care, but I can work around that. So but there's another reason. Why is it that I'm not just throwing out there?
It's an either or
check.
choice. You're limiting their options.
All right, so what does that do for me, Aaron, to limit their options?
It gives you a better chance. If I give you 4 doors to pick, you have a 25% chance of getting it right. If I give you 2 doors to pick, you have 50% chance of getting it right.
Okay, so I'm limiting their options. Those of you, design associates that have been running calls, what is the most common way that you've seen people pay?
Check.
Or Zelle.
Check.
Okay,
Debit.
so you've seen a lot of checks. Have you seen credit cards?
Yes.
Yeah, some people
Yes.
like to pay with credit cards.
Okay, all right. So if I ask the question, would you prefer to pay with a check or take advantage of one of the payment options? What am I going to do if the customer asks, well, would you take a credit card? What's your answer?
Yes. Yes.
Well, is that the way you would like to pay for your project when it's all finished and taken care of and you're 100% satisfied?
Okay. Let me offer an alternate way of answering that question.
Ha.
Now, what have I done? I want to find out if the credit card is really the issue or if there's another issue that we have to deal with. So I asked the customer, would you be in a position to pay with a check or would you want to take advantage of one of these payment options? And the customer says, would you take a credit card or do you take credit cards? Well, if I just say, sure, we do credit cards, it's an academic question. Okay, so what? You take credit cards. Okay, now what? Well, we'll just think about it. Okay, what I would rather do is I don't want to give away something for nothing. So in this case, I'm trading information. They want a piece of information. Well, we take credit cards. I want a piece of information back. So I'm just going to trade information. If I could do that for you, could we get your job started? Now, what's going to happen? Either they're going to say, yeah, absolutely. I just want to know if I can pay with a credit card. Or they're going to say, well, no, I'm not really sure because the price still seems high or whatever. So it might be that now we're going back to one of these, you know, now all of a sudden we're going back to one of these things, right? Because the customer still doesn't know exactly how they want or that they want to do it. So when I answer the question like this, if I could do that for you, could we get your job started? I'm not trying to put pressure on the customer. I'm trying to trade information.
When would you, if they say yes, when I say, if I could do that for you, could we get your job started? And they say yes, then.
Welcome to the Floor Coverings International family.
Okay, even if there's a 3%, there's a 3% price difference for our.
So what? So
okay.
what?
Okay, so when do I tell them that?
So I don't think you can actually upcharge for a credit card fee.
Oh.
You'll need to talk with John.
Okay, talk with John about that.
You're with John Conroy, right? I don't think you can actually say, oh, we're going to add money to that. Okay. So talk to John about how he wants to handle that. Okay. But from my perspective, when I was a franchise owner, customer wants to pay with a credit card. Heck yeah, pay with a credit card. I'm getting the job started. I'm not monkeying around with this and this and that. No, get it done.
It
And
says
as a
in
franchise owner, I want to make sure that I've got my margins set high enough that, you know what? If you want to pay with a credit card, great. I'll do credit cards. Let's go.
Yep. So it says in our InspireNet, it's a note to be added, the 3%. So I just don't know where John's going to go with that. If he's going to want us just to take a hit on our commission, or if we're going to, if it would be him, you know, we'll just have to
Right.
ask.
So that's a question for you guys to solve locally. That's not one I can answer for him. That's something that you guys will need to solve locally. Okay. But I want you to think about this in terms of landing the job. Okay.
Yes.
Think about this in terms of landing the job. What if a customer said, do you guys do PayPal? What do you tell them?
If I could do that for you, could we get your job started?
Bingo. All right. So Aaron, do you guys do PayPal?
If I could do that for you, could we get your job started?
No, I mean, like really, does MK have PayPal set up?
I don't know if he does or not.
Okay. But if I told you that, yeah, I'll do this $12,000 job if I can pay with PayPal, what are you going to do?
Call him and say, how fast can you get this started? I can make
Right,
that.
that's it, right? So what if your customer says, do you guys do Zelle? Do you do PayPal? Do you do Venmo? Do you do Cash App? Well, if I could do that for you, could we get your job started? Let's see, who's out in the middle of the sticks? Brett's out in Iowa. Who else is out in the middle of the sticks?
Me.
Yeah, Dan. Here we go. Dan, would you take a trade for a half a side of beef?
Heck yeah. All depends on what you bring into the table, brother.
Full count,
If
Dan,
I
full
could do
count,
that for you,
full count.
hey, if I could do that for you, could we get your
Could-
job
your
started?
job start- Yeah, potatoes and chickens, man. These days, especially eggs, I'll take eggs all day
That's
long.
eggs, right? I mean, if I could trade you eggs, would that, could we do it that way? The reality is, I want to find out, first of all, is this really the objection, right? I mean, is the issue really that the customer needs to pay with eggs? I mean, because if that's what it is, then that's what it is. And we have a green light on the project. Now, all we're doing is we're fiddle farting around with, see, that's another one of those old terms. We're fiddle farting around with how we're going to do it, right? I don't care. Now I know that the answer is yes. Now we're figuring out the how.
Is there any, I'm sorry, but you go ahead.
No, the customer says, hey, I'll pay you, the 12,000 is fine, but I want to do it in all nickels. Okay, hey, you know what? Yeah, it's a pain in the butt and they're heavy, but if I can take all nickels from you, can we get your job started? Sure, okay. Well, then the issue has nothing to do with whether or not you want to do the floor. The issue is how you want to pay for it. And that's a different question altogether.
Is there any guidance around, getting the deal, right? Be it in pennies or eggs or nickels, and then circling back to try and move them to financing? Or, I mean, did you ever do that when you were operating, or did you just kind of take the deal as it landed?
Take the deal, because I'm telling them, look, if I could do that for you, if I could do PayPal for you, my business isn't set up on PayPal. If I could do PayPal for you, could we get your job started? Well, yeah. Okay, well then I'll do PayPal. I'll figure it out. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, some of the more ridiculous things like, I'll trade you goats or eggs or whatever. Okay, you got to figure that out. But at the end of the day, that's what you're working with. The customer says, this is how I want to pay for it. And the answer is, if I can do that. I'm not promising you that I can do it, but if I can do that for you, could we get your job started? So I don't necessarily even have a landed sale, but I'm trading information. Because I show the customer a $12,000 price and they say, can you take Cash App? Well, if I could do that for you, could we get your job started? Well, I don't know. 12 grand is still a lot of money. Okay, well then Cash Out, whether we take it or not, it doesn't matter because we haven't got a yes yet. So I'm trying to weed out the real objection from all the poo-poo, right? And sometimes how they want to pay for it can be poo-poo. So this is just a way that I want to deal with it. I want to be able to sort all that stuff out. Do you guys take credit cards? Well, if I could do that for you, could we get your job started? Yes. Okay, great. Welcome to the Floor Coverings International family. Okay, and then work out with locally what you're doing in terms of credit card fees and whatever else. I don't know the laws in all the states, but I know in South Carolina, I can't take and add 3.5% to the price after I've shown the customer the price. What I can do is I can have my margin set a little higher and I can offer somebody a cash discount, but at least in the state of South Carolina, I can't take the price and somebody tells me, oh, we're going to pay with a credit card. Oh, time out. Okay, your price is 3.5% higher. I can't do that in South Carolina. So that's where locally you got to figure out what that looks like for you and what you can legally do in your state. I'm not an advisor there. But frankly, as far as I'm concerned, even if I could, I probably wouldn't. I'd just set my margin high enough that I don't care if somebody takes a credit card or not. Done. All right. So I want you to keep this in mind because we're going to come back to. There's going to be a lot of this. Well, if I could do this, could we get your job started? If I could do this, could we get your job started? And it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what we're going to land on. I'm just trying to sort out the nonsense. Okay, so poo-poo. What can I do to get somebody no longer talking about poo-poo, but instead talking about price? How do I move from poo-poo to price?
Ask them if they had a budget in mind for the project.
Well, that seems a little awkward to me because you asked me, would I pay with a check or take advantage of one of the payment options? And I said, well, you know, we really need to pray on this. And then you tell me, well, did you have a budget in mind? And that feels a little awkward. So I might offer a different question.
Okay,
How about-
Arlen.
Might
What were you expecting?
ask them, go ahead, Aaron.
Okay. I can totally appreciate the fact you want to pray on it. A lot of people do that. When you pray on it, is it going to be more of the price, the overall cost, or is it going to be if you can afford the monthly payment?
Okay, I like that. Okay, I'm going to give you something that's maybe a little easier because that's very tailored. But I want to, but I do like that response. I just want to ask a simple question: is this more? Is this more than you thought it would be? Okay. Hey, I appreciate that you want to pray over it. A lot of my customers do. It's a big decision. While I'm here, let me ask you a question. Is this more than you thought it would be? Okay. And the reason I'm going to this question is because it works for any poo-poo. It works for, you know, I'm going back to the arm amputation. I'm getting my arm amputated. You know, that really stinks. And I hope that surgery and everything goes well for you. But while I'm here, let me ask you, is this more than you thought it would be? And it's just a simple way to get the customer to say, this is too expensive. Now, they might
What
not.
if what if
Go
they
ahead,
say,
Greg.
no, what if they say, no, it's not more than I thought it would be, but I just need to think about it, or they go back to the poo-poo.
Good. All right. So yes and no. Right? I mean, those are the only two ways that somebody can answer this question, right? Is this more than you thought it would be? No, it's actually, that's really more or less in line with where I thought it would be. Okay. Now, let's keep this in context. In fact, I'm going to do it real time. Let's just do this real time so that you see how long it takes to get here. Because we had lunch and it seems like a long time ago that we asked this question. So I asked the customer the pre-close question. Other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? No, it really just comes down to price. Well, I tell you, I'm not going to let price or payment or anything else stand in the way of you getting the floors that you love and deserve. Total retail price for your project is $12,487. Now, you were able to get in touch with 3 of the people on my reference list, and that brings your total down by $150, down to just $12,337. I never know how people might want to pay for a project like this, so I took the liberty of putting together some payment options. 24 months would be $586 a month. 36 months is just $416, and 48 months is $331 a month. So once the job is finished and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? You know, we really just need to pray on this. Well, I can appreciate that. You know, a lot of my customers do want to pray before they make a big decision. But let me ask you, is this more than you thought it would be? Well, no, it's not more than I thought it would be. Okay, so let's stop right there. What does that take? 30 seconds, 45 seconds? It's not a long period of time, right? So I asked a question, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? And there was no mention of prayer back there. I'm not saying that people shouldn't pray or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. But there was no mention of that. When I asked the pre-close question, all indicators were that, no, we can move forward if the price is right. And now you're bringing up something else. Okay, so now there's an inconsistency, and I'm listening for this inconsistency. Is this more than you thought it would be? No, it's not more than I thought it would be. It really is more or less in line. Okay, then I'm going to ask, and this is going to be probably the most bold question that I ask out of the whole thing.
Sure.
take to earn your business today? And I'm purposely putting in this today, which is an objection getting word, because I'm expecting that the customer is going to push back on price, on payment, on something. Now, if it really does come down to, no, this is really where I thought it would be, but we need time to think about it. There's other questions that I can ask, you know, what is it about this, you know, what is it that's going to be different Friday versus today? Or there's some other questions that we can get into down the road. But I really just want to focus on what is it that's going to take, what is it going to take for me to earn your business today? Okay. All right. So let's go down this other path, which is the more common path, because this is probably only 2% of the time. 98% of the time, they're going to say, yeah, this is more than I thought it was going to be. So I show them a $12,000 price. Would you like to pay with a check or take advantage of one of the payment options? And they say, oh, well, you know, we really need to have some time to think through this. And, you know, we don't make decisions on the same day. Okay, I can appreciate that. Is this more than you thought it would be? Yes, it is. Bingo. What have I done? Once I got the yes,
Objection.
I have now moved to price. Okay. Now I have gotten them to actually say this is too much money. See, this
Could
is
they
the
ever
beautiful-
say?
Go ahead,
Could
Greg.
no, could there be a third where they say, I don't really know if that's a good or a bad price. That's why we're getting options, and I can't really tell you.
It might be. I mean, that's going to be rare that you have something like that happens. It's going to be rare. Okay. What's interesting about this is regionally, you will have different reactions. Okay. You've been in the house for an hour at this point, maybe an hour and a half. And I mean, you've endeared them. You've made a friend. They really want to work with you. You've sold them the value of the company's story. You've sold them the value of working with you. They really want to do a great job with you. You show them the price, and now they're trying to politely push you out the door. I mean, this is where, honestly, this is where living in New Jersey, New York, this is where being in Connecticut, Massachusetts is actually a benefit. Because somebody up there will just tell you, oh, hell no, that's too much money. And they'll just be blunt about it, right? You get into, you know, to South Carolina and Texas, you get out into Nebraska, Iowa, people are trying to be really, really nice and soft shoe and dance around the fact that you cost too much. You know, I'd much rather deal with somebody that just comes flat out and says, dude, you're crazy. This is too much money. Perfect. Now at least we're talking open and honest with one another, and we're not soft shoeing around it. All right. So sometimes I have to prod them a little bit and say, is this more than you thought it would be? Yes, it is. Good. Now we're having an honest discussion about money. Let's go down this path. Now I'm talking about price. We've finally gotten them to say, this is too much money. So this is what I call, this little tactic right here is what I call bridge the gap. And that gets me from poo-poo to price. And the reason I call it bridging the gap is because I've got a gap between poo-poo and price, and I just need to get there. I need to find a way to get from poo-poo to price, and so I just bridge the gap with this little question. Is this more than you thought it would be? Yes, it is. Perfect. Now we're talking about price. Okay, now I can bring out the big guns, and I can use something called the walk of life. Okay? Now, the walk of life is a tactic. If you never use the walk of life in somebody's home, you know, I'm not going to stay awake at night worrying about it. The reality is this is a closing tactic, and you decide if this works for you or not, but I will tell you that the walk of life works. It is a great closing tactic, and the reason it's a great closing tactic is because it's a path that I'm leading the customer down, and there's no answer that the customer can give me that I'm not already anticipating. I know every possible scenario, okay? So let's walk through that. I now have a price objection. The customer has now told me that the price is too high. So now I can work with that. Question number 1, how much did you think a project like this would cost? How much, it's not word for word, how much did you think a project like this would be? Okay. So what am I doing with this? This is where I'm getting an understanding of where their head is. I showed them a $12,000 price. They thought it was going to be $8,000. Okay, good. All right. Question number 2. Now that you've seen the price, can you see why this is more than you thought it would be? Now, I want to be careful here because there's a couple of there's a couple of ways that you can say this that are that can get you in trouble. So what do I mean? If you ask the customer, now that you've seen the price, can you see why this is more than you thought it would be? Okay, I'm not asking them, can you see why this is 12 instead of 8? I'm not asking them, can you see why it's 12,000? I'm just asking them, can you see why it's more than you thought? Okay. If I ask the customer, now that you've seen the price, can you understand why it's 12 grand? Well, the answer is actually pretty logical. No, I don't understand why it's 12 grand. Otherwise, I would have already signed the tablet. So I don't want to put the customer in the position where I'm asking them to defend my price. And that's what that is, okay? I also want to be careful. There's a little statement that people tend to make, okay? Now that you've seen the price, can you see why this is a little more? And that can bite you in the butt as well. I show you a $12,000 price. You freak out over a $12,000 price, and I say, well, now that you've seen the price, do you see why this is a little more than you thought it would be? A little? That's $4 grand. I don't know what planet you're on, but $4 grand's a lot of money. And why do we do that? Why do we use these little words like a little more?
Well, it uncovers that objection if you say just a little more and somebody's thinking it's massive, they're going to balk at that and they're going to say, no, you don't understand. This is a lot more.
Well, right, but that little bit more, the reason we tend to use that language instead is because now we don't feel comfortable with our price. We're backing away from our price and we're trying to minimize the difference. The reality is I want to maximize the difference. I'm proud of my price. This is 12 grand because I'm going to do it the right way. This is the right number for this project. That $8,000 price, that guy's on meth. I have no idea what he's doing, but that's not the right way to do this project. The right price is 12 grand. So why would I say, can you see why this is a little more? I don't want to diminish my price. I don't want to diminish my value. I'm not apologizing for my price. I'm not backing away from my price. This is the right price to do this job. Okay, good. So now that you see the price, can you see why this is more than you thought it would be? Okay, so if you think about it like this first question is all about understanding what are the customer's expectations. This second question is trying to figure out whether or not, do they understand the value proposition? do they understand why this is more than they thought it would be? I'm not asking them, do you understand why it's 12 instead of 10 or 9, but just, do you understand why it's more than you thought it would be? And you're going to get everybody that you ask that question for, they're going to say, yeah, I get it. You're more professional. This is harder than I thought. This is this, whatever. It's just 12 grand's a lot of money. Okay, good. Third question. Okay. Now, half of you right now have thrown up a little bit in your throat when you saw that go up on the board. Okay. And I get it. This feels like, when we're looking at it in isolation like this feels like a very personal, aggressive question to ask, and it really isn't. When you showed the customer the price, all of a sudden you changed hats. Remember, I told you that we're taking the sales hat off, and now we're trying to help the customer figure out how to do the floor that they want. But if I'm going to figure out how, I have to understand the time frame. The key part of this question is how long. Okay. I'm not asking the customer to show me their 401k. I'm not asking to see their checkbook. I'm not asking for their social security number, personal information. That's not the point here. The point is, I'm trying to understand what is the how long, because the how long is going to dictate where I go from here. So what does this normally look like? How much did you think a project like this would cost? I don't know, maybe 8 grand. Okay. Well, now that you've seen the price, can you see why this is more than you thought it would be? Oh yeah, I get it. I mean, the last 2 people that were in here were, they were in and out, drove a beat up truck, whatever. Yeah, I get it. I understand you're much more professional than they were. Well, now that you've seen the price, how long would it take for you to come up with the rest of the money? Okay. How can the customer answer this question? What are the possible answers to how long?
I don't have the money. The delta.
Okay.
I have no idea how long it'll take.
All right. So one could be, all right, so I'm going to say one of them is just flat out no, right? Whether it's I don't have the money, whether it's look, 12 grand at that price, I'll never do the project.
Never.
Right? So never. Right? So that's one way that somebody could answer it. Yes? Okay. Another way, I think it was April that said this. I'm trying to associate names and voices. Another way that somebody could answer this is, I don't know. All right. With I don't know, what are they not saying?
They're not saying no.
Right. They're not saying no. They're just telling you they don't know how long it would take. All right. So what's another way that somebody could answer this question?
With the actual time frame, like 6 months or 3 months or
Christmas next year.
Tax refund, yeah.
Okay. So somebody could say, how long would it take for you to come up with the rest of the money? Well, let's see. We just did our taxes, and if I could probably do it after I got my tax refund. Or somebody might say, well, I normally get a bonus in the fall. It would probably be after that. Somebody might say, you know what? I I'm expecting, you know, there's some things that have happened in the family, and I'm expecting to receive some money towards the end of the year. Okay. The ones that make me nervous are the people that say, I'm going to be a widow. All right. Those are the ones that make me nervous. Right. So it's, but at the end of the day, if somebody gives me a very, very specific time, then that's a solve. If somebody gives me an unspecified time, so I don't know, or it could be 2 or 3 years from now, or it could be, you know, it might take me 6 years to come up with that kind of money. Okay, that's an unspecified time. And then, of course, there's just flat out no. I'm never spending 12 grand on this floor. So, what do you think? How long would it take for you to come up with the rest of the money? If they tell you no, I'm absolutely not going to spend 12 grand on this floor, what do you do?
Look at lower price options.
Yeah. Go to
I
another
mean,
option.
yeah, offer them a different product.
Remember, we put together 3 options, and so far we've only looked at the first option, and that's key. Remember, I said when we walked in the door, I took 3 boards with me to the couch, but the other 3 boards, maybe I left them at the front door. Now we're going to look at those boards. Now we're going to look at, let's reduce the scope. Okay, 12 grand was for the whole house. Now, what if we took away the upstairs? Or 12 grand was this one room in this PG5, whatever. Now let's take a look at a PG3. Okay, so if they say, no, I'm never spending 12 grand, great. I brought a whole van full of samples out here. Let's find something that works better in your expectations. Okay? What happens if the customer gives me an unspecified time? I don't know. It could be 3 or 4 years. Then what do I do?
I had an old boss that used to he taught me to say this, and it's amazing how much time it works. You say, I know you don't know, but if you did know, what kind of time frame would you be looking at? And people will go, oh, 3 weeks. I mean, you can do it in the store. If you ask somebody, hey, where are the pickles at? I don't know. I don't work in that department. Well, I know you don't know, but if you did know, where do you think they're at? Oh, they're probably in aisle 5.
I like it. I like that. I like that. If somebody says, I don't know, and Aaron, I am stealing that, by the way. If somebody says, I don't know, okay, it could be 2 years, it could be 3 years, it could be 6 years. Where am I going to go? What solve do I have for somebody that's going to take 5 or 6 years to be able to do this?
Finance options, yeah.
Yeah, payment options. Right? I've got payment options. Okay? So all I've got to do is point them back to our payment options. Okay? But if $330 a month is too much, what tools do I have to be able to lower that payment? $330 is too much money. I cannot afford that in my monthly payment. What tools do I have to be able to lower that monthly payment?
Can you expand the amount of time that the loan's paid back?
I can, and that's actually going to be the second thing. So number 2,
down payment.
Yeah, put down what you can afford today.
Lower price options.
Number 1 is a down payment.
Oh, yeah.
Right here. Right? So 12 grand. Did you have something set aside for a project like this? So let's go back down here for a second and play this out. Now that you've seen the price, how long would it take you to come up with the rest of the money? Oh, I don't know. It could be 4 or 5 years. Okay. So now my brain immediately goes to payments. But the payment wasn't good because otherwise it would have said great. So I know the 330 I got to work on. Okay. Did you have some money set aside for a project like this? Well, we had $6,000 set aside. Okay, great. Well, with your permission, what if we use that $6,000 here as a down payment? That would bring your monthly payment down to whatever it drops it down to. And the tablet is dynamic. If you put $6,000 erase some of this and clean this up. If you put $6,000 in this box, it will change all three of those payments to show you what the new numbers would be.
Yeah. Hey, Arlen, cover again the interest rate box on the bottom left-hand side. You have to update that as well every time or no?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. So right now, it is still sitting at the default of 12.99, and it's going to stay there unless I change it.
Got it.
Okay. All right. So I put in a $6,000 deposit. It's still not low enough. What's the next thing I do? I push the timeout, 48 months. We can push that out. Those of you that have looked at your finance options, how far out could you push it?
10 years.
80 something months.
Yes.
120
I've
months.
seen
Ours was 144 at the most, 144 months.
144 months. Okay. Show of hands. How many of you would buy a floor for your house and set it up on a 144-month payment? All right, Bridget says yes.
I would if I planned to pay it off early.
There
Funny,
you
because
go.
the person who did finance it ended up doing that.
Okay.
Yes, because
So-
you can pay it off early. There's no penalty, right?
That's right.
So it's like, why
Why
not
not?
just start with that and then pay it, if I get a big tax refund later, then pay it off or whatever.
A big
Why not?
commission check.
Or big commission,
Yeah.
even better, big commission check.
Yep. I mean, here's the thing. If you think with your wallet, there are some of these financing options that you're never going to offer. Would I do 144 months in my house? I don't know, maybe. The reality is, if I were going to sell this house, but I wanted to redo the floors to get it ready for sale, I might do 144 months. Because then I'm paying little peanuts. I'm paying peanuts until the house sells, and then I just pay it off. Why do I want to sign up for a $330 a month payment if I could maybe get it down to $50 a month? Why not? Right? So I don't want to think with my wallet. I don't want to think with my set of biases. I want to be able to offer the customer what they need. If the customer tells me, look, I couldn't do more than $100 a month, beautiful. I guarantee you, if I put $6,000 as a down payment and I extend the payment terms out, I could get this proposal down below $100 a month. Now, somebody is going to ask, well, how do I know that they'll qualify for that? Somebody's not asking it, somebody's thinking it. I don't know if they're going to qualify it for or not. That's where this statement comes in. If I could get your payments down below $100 a month, could we get this job started? Yes. Perfect. Now I have earned the right to go to the finance company and to try to see if we can't get, with a deposit in place and pushing the number of months out, could we get this below $100? I have not earned the right to even talk to the finance company until I have an affirmative, yes, we could do that. Does that make sense? I don't want to get hung up on the, well, what if they don't pass this, and what if that, and what if that? I don't know the what ifs until I've earned the right, and I haven't earned the right until I hear the customer say, yeah, we can do this. So the first priority is land the job. Then I can work out all the details. All right, so how long would it take? No, never, not going to do it. Move to option 2. I don't know how long it would take. Have no idea. Okay, well, now I'm going to look at payments, and I'm going to start this discussion. We were talking earlier about transitions. So, did you have some money set aside? Because then that opens the door for me to be able to take that money, use that money in the down payment box, and see what it does to the payments. That'll work for you, won't it? All right, what if the customer says a specific time, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to do this until September. Okay, that's very, very specific.
Well, is that maybe where we would need to look into some of the options where it's same as cash and say, you know, we can set you up and you won't have payments for 3 months, or you'll make your first payment at this time or whatever.
No interest, no payment. Good. I can set this up. Let's see, September, where are we at now? We're in March. By the time we get the project done, it's April, 6 months from April. Yeah, that'll cover September. So I'm doing this in my head and I'm like, you know what? I could set this up so that we could go ahead and get your floors installed. You would enjoy them through the summer. I know you wanted to have this done so that when the boys come in from the swimming pool, that you're not worried about the water tracking into the house. We could go ahead and have these set up and have your floors done within the next 2 or 3 weeks. You can enjoy them through the summer, and I'll set it up so that you don't have to pay a dime until September of 2023. That would work for you, wouldn't it? Sold. So
Arlen, I'm not.
Yeah.
So a couple of these options we've said sold on, right? PayPal doesn't get anything. It doesn't really take much to get set up, right? The no dealer cost, no dealer fee, payment options, all that stuff. But as a franchise owner, right, these other options can be a significant amount of money, right? So is that how do you address that? So I know you addressed the credit card fee, that's like 3%, but some of these are like 11% to get to a 6 or 12 month.
Okay. So this is how I train my DAs. Okay. When it came to payments, I told my DAs, you can go up to 84 months. I told them you could go down to, at the time, now things have changed a little bit now, but at the time, I said you can go down to 7.99% interest. And on no interest, no payment, you can go as far out as 12 months. Brett, when you look at your payment plans, how many payment plans have you got?
A lot.
Yeah, there's like 30 or 40 of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how about if we just make this easy? On payment, on interest rate, I'll let you go down as low as 7.99%. I'll let you go out as far as 84 months. And on no interest, no payment, you could do a 6 month or you could do a 12 month. Now, what have I done for my design associate? I've made this really, really easy.
Right, but you're also cutting the margin on the dealer fees, right? So is that, you're just saying that's a choice as a franchise owner we have to make, right?
Yeah, you've got to decide where that is. Now, let's say in order to land the deal, the customer says, you know, I want 84-month payments, but I want like a 2.99% interest. Well, I know good and well that that's like an 18%. It's a crazy dealer fee.
Right.
Okay. All right. That doesn't mean that the deal's dead. What if the customer is willing to put up 50% of it as a down payment? Well, now I'm only financing the other half. So effectively, it cuts my dealer fee in half, right, for the job.
Yep.
Okay. And what I will tell you, when it comes to financing, when it comes to offering financing, when you offer financing, your average job size goes up. Okay, because, well, maybe without financing, I could have done a $5,000 project. Now with financing, I can do a $10,000 project.
Except we don't actually say financing, right? Because financing's an F word.
Yeah, I use payments. Yep, I use payments. With the
I
customer.
thought I heard Mary Ann say.
Yep,
it's an
that's 100%. Good ear. When you offer payment plans, thank you very much. All right, when you offer payment plans, okay, your average job size goes up. Your close rate goes up. You will sell more jobs. So if my average job size goes up, let's say that I would have made 50% margin on a $5,000 job. So what would my margin be?
2,500.
Yep.
Okay. But now let's say on a $10,000 job, I can do it but I've got 5 points worth of dealer fees. So now I'm only getting a 45% margin on 10K. What is my money going into the bank?
4,500.
Yeah, that, yeah.
What is it, Aaron?
4,500.
Brett, which one of these two would you rather have in your business?
I'll take the second one. I get it.
Okay.
Yep.
So on the one hand, are there dealer fees? Does financing cost me money? Yeah, it does. It cost me 5 points. But the other way to look at it is, it actually just made me an extra $2,000. I'd be happy all day long to take a 5% less gross margin if it meant that I was actually putting more money in the bank.
45% of a job is better than no job at all.
Well, there is that too.
Yeah, you just have to decide at what that limit is, right? To the point you get down to the margin, because
Yep.
Got it.
So as a franchise owner, I would encourage you to do the same for yourself. Just clear some of the cobwebs. Clear some of the clutter out, right? Because these finance companies, they've all got like 4,000 different options. I don't need 4,000 options. I need 3.
Yep.
Okay. I need to know how far out I'm willing to go for no interest, no payment, how far out I'm willing to go for months, and how low I'm willing to go for interest rate. That's all I need to know. And trust me, when you bring a design associate on board, you don't want to give a design associate a page of, 32 different programs to pick from. No, make it easy. My gosh, go out to 84 as low as this, and you can do no interest, no payment out this far. Go land work. I don't need to complicate your life with a bunch of with 8,000 different programs. And frankly, design associates, y'all correct me, DAs don't want to get into that level of minutia anyway.
Yeah.
I like it. Thanks.
Previous company I worked for, just like
The cautionary voice that's going off in my head right now is be careful not to paint yourself into a corner from the get-go by coming out at 40%, because you're going to try and slam the deal through because you might not leave yourself any wiggle.
Yep, I agree with that.
Arlen?
So, yeah.
The other thing is, as salespeople, we have a commission scale. And I don't know if they're uniform, but I know that if I'm above a 48% margin, I make 10%. Down to 45%, I make 8%. But reality is, the way we're set up, if my franchisee accepts the deal, I get no less than 5%. So as salespeople, sometimes get greedy. We're trying to hang on to a higher commission, we lose the deal. I work with people like that all the time. So if you keep your focus on your closing ratio, because that absolutely is the one metric to success. So don't get greedy. Just know that you're going to probably make over the year an average 7.5% commission, but that's okay if you write great volume. So trying to hang on to a high commission rate, not closing much, you make less money.
Yep, I agree with that. And different, there's different payment structures for different DAs, and I won't dive into that. Some franchise owners do exactly like in your case, where it's tiered according to the margin. Other franchise owners don't do it that way. They just have a commission. It varies, and that's okay. That's part of being in a franchise where each individual business owner can handle compensation the way that they want to run their business. On average, they're more or less the same, but the details of how you get there are sometimes different. That's okay. All right, so to be able to land this job, I need to know how long. And by asking this third question, now that you've seen the price, how long would it take you to come up with the rest of the money? If I get a no, I'm simply going to the next option. If I get an unspecified period of time, then I'm going to work payments, and I'm going to start that discussion by saying, did you have some money set aside? And then we're going to talk about payments. If I get a very, very specific time, 6 months, 12 months, whatever. I'm gonna offer a no interest, no payment solution that gets them there. This is why I really like this closing tactic, because it doesn't matter. There's no question, there's no answer that the customer can give that I haven't already anticipated. I know where we're gonna go from here. There's a roadmap, and all I've got to do is follow the map. And I'm either gonna land the sale, or I'm gonna get told, no, we're never doing that much, in which case I simply move on to the next option. I want to practice this a little bit. So I'm gonna pull the price and payment sheet back up. And I'll help you cheat by moving the screen around some, but I'd like for somebody to start by asking me the pre-close question, other than price or payment. And let's see if you can walk me all the way through to a landed sale. So who feels like they've got this well enough to stumble through?
Arlen, I'll give it a try.
All right. Other
So,
than.
Yeah, Arlen, so the retail price of this is
Nope,
12,000.
back up.
Where am I backing up to?
Step 7, other than price or payment.
Yeah. Other than price or payment, is there any reason we can't get this job done for you today?
Brett, I think it just comes down to price.
Okay. Great. Let's so let me show you, Arlen. The retail price is $12,487. You were able to contact 3 references at $50 a piece, keeping my promise there. So that brings the total to $12,337. Would you prefer to pay with check or I can't remember this one. So
Okay, all right.
Yep.
So first of all, you showed me the price.
yeah,
Okay, now walk me through the payment options. Present both to me. You
oh, you
presented
want
the
both?
price.
Okay.
Present the payment options.
Yeah. So you have an option to pay with check, or we have financing options available for you at 24 months for $586, 36 months at $415, or 48 for $330. Which of these options would you like to move forward today?
Brett, this is a big decision, and it's one that, I don't like to make big decisions on the same day. So if you don't mind, could you leave this with me and maybe give me a call back on Friday, and we'll work through it then?
Yeah, Arlen, completely understand it is a big decision. Some of those factors I can't control, but what is this? Just help me understand, is this more than you thought it would be?
Yeah, frankly, it is.
Well, Arlen, how much did you think a project like this would cost?
Well, like I said before, I've had a couple of other companies come in, and the highest one of those was at 10 grand. So I really thought that we'd be in that ballpark.
So Arlen, let me just ask you, and I can respect that. But now that you've seen the size of this project and the price, can you see why this would be more than you thought it would be?
Oh yeah, I get it. And I know for a fact that the hardwood that you picked out is a much better wood than what the other guy was showing me.
So now that we've agreed it's a higher quality product, and you've seen the price, how long would it take you to come up with the rest of the money to get you to the force that you love? That are going to withstand your 4 cats.
Yeah, it's probably something that I wouldn't be able to do until the fall. I don't know how long that your quote is good for, but this is probably something that, I don't know, it'd probably be September, October before I could come up with that kind of money.
Okay, so you're talking short term, Arlen, right? If I'm understanding you correctly, like 6 months? Yeah.
Or maybe 8.
Yeah, so if I were to be able to get you your floors today, right? And make that price work, so that you don't have to pay that difference out until, would you say fall? Fall. Is there any other reason we couldn't do business today?
All right, so let's take a time out for just a second. What is the answer? I'm telling you that I could do it like 8 months from now. Where are you trying to go?
I'm trying to go to the no payments, no interest option.
All right, for 12 months, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. So you have the answer, right? You know what the answer is. Okay, good. So this is where, you know, like a mad scientist, eureka, I've got it. I've got it. This is it. This is what we can do. I'll set it up. We'll go ahead and get the floors done, and I'll set this up so that you don't have to pay a dime until October. That would work for you, wouldn't it? It's like get excited. I'm not really even asking. I'm almost assuming. You told me that there was an obstacle, and I found a solution. Fantastic. I've got a solution for you. Boom. We'll get the floors done, and we'll set it up so that you don't have to pay anything until October. That'll work for you, won't it?
So at some point, stop asking and tell them.
Yeah, just tell them. All right, now, here's the thing. What could I say? I could say, oh, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. And yeah, let's get this started. Or I could backpedal and say, well, that's not really it. Okay, fine. It doesn't matter because I know where you're going to go. Oh, well, that's not really it. I don't feel real comfortable doing 12 grand for the floor. Okay, great. Now we're getting to some honesty. I'm not going to tell that to the customer, but now we're getting somewhere. Okay, let's take a look at an option that you would feel more comfortable with. And now I'm just going to go get option 2, which is probably sitting at 10 grand anyway.
Yeah, let's look at a product that as an option that is more comparable to what you received from blah blah blah.
Perfect, right? So that's the reason I really, really like this methodology in the close. It's not high pressure. It really isn't. It's not high pressure. I'm just asking questions that are going to help me lead the customer down a path, and it's going to help me determine this is what the answer is. Now, if once I've solved the problem, good, I've solved the problem. Now, once it's solved, if the customer backpedals and goes in a different direction, that's okay, because I know where it's fine. There's nothing that the customer can say that I'm not already anticipating. Okay.
Here's the amputation though, Arlen. You never know where that could come in.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Just asked him to write a check with his other hand.
That's right. There's the amputation. He can write the check. Hey, it's not a problem whatsoever. I can swipe the card for you. Not a big deal. Hand it here. All you got to do is make an X. All right. So what I would like to do is, I actually have all these scribble notes and everything. I've got these in a PowerPoint so that it's easier to read. I've got these in a PowerPoint that I'm going to send you this evening. Right now, what I'd really like to be able to do is break you guys up into breakout rooms and have you practice this with one another. Now, it's a little tricky because, well, I tell you what, let's just practice asking the closing question, right? Just ask the closing question. Once your job's complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check or take advantage of one of the payment options? And then as the customer, say whatever you're going to say, and as the design associate, if you're playing the role of the design associate, then at least be able to identify, this is what I heard and this is where I'm going to go, okay? I'll give you guys about 20 minutes in the breakout room to kind of work through some of this together, maybe even 15 minutes in the breakout room, because then what I'm hoping is going to happen is when you guys come back from the breakout room, you're going to have a ton of questions about, well, they said this, and they said this, and they said this.
Arlen, can I ask a quick?
Yes.
So why does it state when the job is completed, are you with the 100% satisfaction, would you be in the position to pay with check, or would you like the advantage of a payment options? Don't you offer, doesn't everybody, require like 50% of the project up front?
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that later in the week.
Okay,
And
it just sounds weird.
there's not an inconsistency with that. I know
Okay.
right now it feels like there is, but there's not an inconsistency with it.
Okay.
Essentially, what I'm asking with the closing question is, when the job's done, how would you pay the rest? I mean, that's really what we're talking about here.
Okay.
Because every home improvement project, there's gonna be some level of deposit. Doesn't
Okay.
matter who it is.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna give you guys about 15 minutes in breakout rooms to be able to practice this, and I wanna record questions and stuff, because when you come back, I want us to be able to talk through, well, how do I do this, or how do I do this? So let's get the breakout rooms pulled together.
Was it, would you be in a position when your job is complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a check or take advantage of one of our payment options? Is that what it is? Or is it, would you prefer to?
Either one works.
Okay.
Either one of those works just fine.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm trying to.
Position would probably be better if you say prefer, it's giving them a choice and they could literally say neither.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Good, there we go. You guys should have on your screen an invite to move to one of the breakout rooms. Emily, you should have a notice to move to one of the breakout rooms.
Chad.
Okay, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, all right, good.
Did we, are we still in the breakout rooms?
No, I think we're,
Everybody's coming back into the big room.
Okay.
yeah.
Very nice.
Everybody's got the countdown clock.
Well, there we go.
Yes, Brigitte, we can. We can go to 10 years
Thank you.
and that'll allow you that cushion. Payment's $20.
10-year payment option. Oh, that's great. That's like $19 a month or something.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
10-year.
Okay. So what questions, what doubt, did it work better than you thought, worse than you thought? What questions came out of the breakout rooms?
Hey,
I'll start if the,
Yeah,
I wanted to get mine in because Greg and I were stumped. So Greg was he would have had the little bit of the pain in the butt surcharge because he really wanted to push on things, which was good. It was good practice. But we got to a point where I went through all the options, talked about all the things, said we could do 6 months, same as cash. And he just kind of was like, well, I still want to think about it. Like at that point, I was like, what am I even supposed to do with this guy? I've told him every possible option. This is what we can do. So that I was a little bit stuck there.
Yeah, so I'd probably just get bold with him and say, okay, what would it take for me to earn your business today? Right? And just see what he has to say, right? Because there's something that's still hung up in his mind. I'm not going to automatically assume that the customer is trying to be a pain in the butt, but there's something that's still there that's not, I haven't uncovered it yet. And so I'm almost asking for a lifeline. What would it take for me to earn your business today?
But Arlen, in that example, what if he came back with something that wasn't really attainable for the product that's being quoted? So look, I need It's a $10,000 quote. Well, I can't pay more than 8,000 and I don't want an inferior product.
Okay, well, maybe we can reduce the scope. You know, maybe we take the upstairs bedroom out or something and we reduce the scope, right? What I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna simply say, oh, you're right, you know what, I'll just take $2,000 off my price.
Right.
Well, if you could do that, why didn't you do it before? I mean, that doesn't make any sense, right? But you know, if you're willing to give a little on the product, I can give a little on the price. If you want to give a little on the scope, we can do this. Okay, good.
Exclamation point.
Brett, you had a question.
No, I was just gonna say, don't forget to be human, right? Bridget's daughter walked in, right? The cat was there. So instead of just like stopping and then going on like a robot, like embrace the conversation and the disruption and then get back to business.
Yep, I love it. Anything else that came out?
We were discussing some things. Going from that poo-poo to the price, it's the walk of life is a transition, right? Or no? What's the transition to go from?
Going from poo-poo to price is simply the bridge the gap, right? So if all I've got is poo-poo, I'm just gonna ask, is this more than you thought it would be? And I'm not gonna get very far with that. The only thing I'm gonna get is, yes, it's more than I thought it would be. Yes, this is a price thing. Okay, well now at least we're talking about price and now I can engage the walk of life.
Okay, thank you.
Good. What else?
So Arlen, I presented to our group and Tom was terrific and and it was a price gap between us and a competitor and he played the role of customer. And he was great about pointing out ways to reinforce your value and kind of go back to the apples to apples or the product features and what they're showing you may or may not be the same product. So it was terrific feedback.
Good, good.
Hey, Arlen, in that case, I suggested when a customer this week, I think my franchise owner was taken back, and he said, I've got 3 other quotes and you're the highest. And I said, well, do me a favor, show me the second highest quote, because I'd like to see exactly what they're proposing to you. I want to make sure the subfloor prep's included. Because we went through that earlier, how the big box stores do business. At Empire, they never quote you the subfloor prep. That's always added at the job site, always. Good reps make that super clear, but I hate to say it, many do not. Sales tax by mom and pops, when they quote the price, they don't show the sales tax. Because you know, you don't go to a store and see a sweater with the sales tax included. They just assume that you know that. But there's an asterisk, sales tax will be applied on the final payment. All of a sudden, a $20,000 job is costing you, you know, $2,200 more. So, but then if they don't have a quote, we don't have a copy of it. Well, if they're serious people, they have a copy of the damn quote. But it's confrontational, but guess what? They both looked at each other and they said, you know, this is really night and day company. The experience has been night and day. Let's just go ahead and do it. So sometimes, you know, I hate to say it's very harsh, but buyers are liars. And if you take that, that buyers are liars. And you talk about the ethics of salespeople, customers have none. And it's because they just want to get you out the door.
Yep. So here's the one that a lot of you are going to fall for. Okay, I'm going to warn you now, but people are going to fall for it anyway. Let's see, Janie, ask me the closing question. So you've already presented the price, and just ask me the closing question.
Sure. Okay. So Arlen, once you're 100% satisfied with everything, we've walked through, made sure your project is just how you like it. Would you be in a position to pay with check or using one of the payment options I showed you?
Janie, you know, this is absolutely fantastic. This has been a great experience, and I appreciate that. I tell you what, I am, you know, 100% we're going to go with you. 100% we're going to go with you. I just want to move some money around. I want to get some things done. Could you give me a call back later in the week and we can finalize it?
You know, I could do that, or we could get things started today, and that way we're getting product ordered. That way we get you on our schedule quicker. We want to get your project done rather than sitting around waiting.
No, I appreciate that. I just, if you don't mind, I will just, we'll sign everything later in the week, if that's okay with you.
Okay, well, if that's what's going to work best for you, let's look at our calendars. I'm going to pull out my phone, take a look at your calendar. When would be a convenient time for me to call you on Friday? Poo, come on.
Ask the question. What would it take for me to earn
What
your
would it
business?
take to earn your
Ask
business
it.
today? Thank
So
you.
look,
for the hint.
remember, 30 seconds ago, I said, it just comes down to price.
Right.
And now, what is this? Wait till the end of the week. Just ask the question. Is this more than you thought it would be?
Mm.
Right? Just ask the question. So what's going to happen is you go to a customer's house and you feel really, really good because they said they were going to go with me later in the week. And you walk out thinking, I've got a landed job, and the customer's going, I got rid of her. Right? And so what you've got to listen for it. If you don't have a signed deal, you don't have anything yet. Right? So I'm going to ask, is this more than you thought it would be? And in that case, you're going to find out, yeah, it really, I really like you. I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, this is almost double what the last person was that was in here. Okay. Now we have honesty. Now we can actually work through something. I can't do anything with poo-poo. It won't mold. It won't shape. I can't do anything with it. I gotta have something concrete that I can work with. And now we've got something we can work with. Okay.
Well, I'm glad I showed your point, Arlen. I fell right for the trap because I was like, oh, what do I do?
All right, cool. So I want to make sure you guys have a little bit of breathing room before you jump on with either your franchise owner or with the coach to walk through some stuff this evening. So we'll cut it off here today. Good work today, guys. Now, I will tell you, today is the worst day because it's a lot of me talking, and starting tomorrow, there's a lot more breakout rooms and there's a lot more opportunity for you guys to practice with one another. So I'm telling you that for two reasons. One, when you come on tomorrow, just expect that you're going to end up getting put in breakout rooms. And so, try your best to eliminate distractions and whatever else that you've got going on because you really want to be focused with the other people that are in the class. Secondly, breakout rooms don't record. So I recorded today. You'll have an opportunity to go back and watch this if you feel like there was a point that you wanted to see again. The rest of the week, I'll record what I can, but it doesn't record breakout rooms, and we're going to spend a lot of time in breakout rooms. So thank you guys for your hard work today. I know it's been a long day, but good work. This is a lot of information to take in. We will recover this again this week, not in so much detail, but give you guys even more opportunities to practice through it. So I will hang out here for another couple of minutes to see what last minute questions there are. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow at same bat time, same bat channel, 11 o'clock Eastern.
Arlen, are you sending out your whiteboard notes?
I can. I went ahead and sent you the PowerPoint so that you got it clean, but I can send the whiteboard notes too.
That'd
be great.
Yeah.
Regarding these evening sessions, Arlen, can you help set the expectation, like for tonight? Are we going to be just going through specific steps, or are we going to be going chronologically, or is it supposed to be kind of a surprise?
Tonight, I have asked the coaches to, they have some discretion, so if they get in there and they feel like they need to do something different, they will. But I've asked them to start with, have you guys do a warm-up, and then focus primarily on the company story tonight.
Cool.
So that's
What?
primarily where you're going to spend your time tonight.
What time is I didn't know there was an evening session.
So you will be, go back and look at the email that I sent yesterday yesterday evening.
Okay.
And so you should either be going to a live customer appointment or meeting with John or meeting with one of the other DAs to walk through the process.
And Arlen, on the feedback, are we supposed to be providing feedback as well? I wasn't sure who's providing the feedback to you tonight.
The coaches will typically, again, unless they tell you to do something differently, typically the coaches send it to me.
Okay, so we're not peer rating each other then today. Okay, thank you.
They probably will ask you to give some
input,
a little bit of, but more verbal rather than written.
But they own the report. That's what I just wanted to understand.
They own the report.
Okay, thank you.
Arlen, and I had a question on the scenario. Franchisees, you must pre-draw this before the appointment. So we're putting a proposal and everything. So don't do that.
Yeah, create your proposal so that you have it on the tablet to be able to work with.
So it's just put it on a training task,
Yeah,
tab.
a training task is fine. You don't have to create a customer and all that. Just
Not a
hit the
customer
plus
profile.
button. Yeah, click the plus button on the tablet and just create a training task. That's fine.
Okay.
Arlen, is everybody back at 11 tomorrow? I didn't have it in my
Yes.
calendar. I'm sorry.
You should.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have it on your calendar. It's 11 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. I will forward it to you.
How long do you estimate would be on with the coach? Or are franchise owners on with the coach?
The franchise owners are on with the coach. You are with your franchise owner.
At the same time?
No,
Oh, in
okay.
person.
The
Oh, in
franchise owners
person.
that are in this class will be on with the coach because they don't have somebody to evaluate them, right? So we have to set it up
got
on
it.
Zoom. You
Got
have
it.
somebody local that you can meet face to face.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Arlen.
Bye,
It's,
thank you.
Yeah, Greg.
I don't know if Janie's still on, maybe. But the one thing we had not trouble with, but asking the question, word for word. This one, when the job is complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay by check, or would you like to take advantage of one of our payment options? That's the hard question to ask, right? And you wouldn't change it at all, like to say something like to the customer, like, let's say we do this job, you're 100% satisfied. Would you pay with a check, or would you pay with would you like to pay with one of our payment options?
All right. So when you said, let's say we do this job, now you've turned it into a hypothetical question.
Yeah, I get it. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So I just ask it the way that it is. There are ways that you can modify it, right? Like, hey, once your job's complete, would you be willing to pay with a check, or would you want to invest in your home on a monthly basis? Okay, it's the same question. I'm just rearranging, right? So you can play with it some, but be careful. I don't want to turn it into a hypothetical question either.
Right. But I guess the point is you haven't closed them really at that point yet.
Right.
And you're acting like you have. That's why it's a tough question, but I'll ask it.
Ask it.
It's an assumptive close, and you can do an assumptive close with tact, or you can sell a sleazy used car.
Hey, Arlen, I apologize if you covered this in the last 5. In your opinion, is there ever a point you just cut bait and run? Like you'd be like, hey, this person's not interested in buying Fords.
Sure. I mean,
what?
Look, my personal close rate in the home, one call close, I'm about a 45 to 50% closer. But that also means that I'm a 50 to 55% non-closer, right? So yeah, there's going to be times that you're not going to land 100% of the time. And yes, there are going to be times when, it's clear this person is not buying today, and I want to respect them for that. And I want to respect their time. And before I leave, though, I want to set up a follow-up plan. So that's okay. Then I'm walking out the door. I'm either walking out the door with a signed deal, an absolute no, we're not doing it, or I have a follow-up plan already established. And that follow-up plan, the best follow-up plan includes, when can I come back and see you again? Not when am I going to call you, but when can I come back?
Can I come back and see you? Okay.
Thank you.
I guess after you ask that final question, what would it take for me to get your business today? And that's, to me, that's kind of one of the last questions.
Well, yeah, I mean, then you've got to decide, is it something that you're willing to do? What would it take for me to earn your business today? I want you to get up on the table and dance. Well, you got to decide if you want to get up on the table and dance. I mean,
If you do, make sure you call us first so we can zoom
Video.
in.
Video.
I actually did a comedy skit for somebody to earn their business not too long ago.
There you go.
And that's how you wind up selling floors?
No, we were at the house and this lady was like, well, what do you have that other companies don't? And I was with my the franchise owner and we were like, well, we could do a comedy show for you.
No
So
way.
we just did a little 2-minute routine real quick, just kind of bouncing back off each other, and we got it. It was like $12,000 job.
That's
There you go.
hilarious.
Nice one.
Nice.
We're very fun people here.
Terry is fun. Good. All right, gang. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Have a good one, Arlen.
Thanks, everyone.